Yes, 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 yes. The show has just begun. I am now winding the music down, and we are going to start. Yeah, today's presentation was actually scheduled for yesterday, but it was supposed to be today because I needed yesterday to do errands and do other things. I don't really broadcast on Mondays, but it was supposed to be Tuesday. So sorry for the inconvenience for those that waited. But here we are trying to. But that's actually why I started early. Yeah, I started early so that we can. I started early so that way we can actually be able to be able to. Let's put it this way: be able to enjoy. That's start on time. Me, I started early today so that way we can actually start on time instead of 3 o'clock. So I'm glad that you guys showed up. Oh no. I thought this music actually played, but I guess it didn't play. That's the thing about this stuff. Sometimes you think they're working, but they're not really working. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, let me see. I thought it was actually playing, but it wasn't playing. Yeah, let me see what. Well, that's okay. That's okay. Now I can see it did not even play, but that's okay. Yeah, next time I'm gonna do some test. Yeah, next time I'll do some test. Okay. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Hi, good morning and good afternoon. Wherever you are, and good evening. Yeah, today, yeah, good. Yeah, so today's conversation, today's presentation, today's podcast is going to be of an interesting one. It's going to be about business, landscape, architecture for leisure, and let me put it this way. Yeah, for leisure, because one thing I would say basically hospitality, because the topic for today is hospitality. As a country, right? Nigeria has not picked up in hospitality at all. Nigeria has not picked up in hospitality, and one of the reasons why Nigeria hasn't picked up in hospitality is that Nigeria, for many years, for decades, is a country that does its own thing internal. It doesn't want to compete with the outside world for anything. It just wants to do everything internal. But give me a minute. Let me. Yeah. I gotta use this glass in order to minimize glare from the screen. So, like I said, Nigeria is a country that for many years refused to compete with the outside world. Instead, Nigeria has relied on internal, it has internal competition. It competes against itself, but refuses to uh, compete with the outside world because Nigeria does not want to spend money. They know what it's going to take to be a 21st century country, but they would rather steal that money, go outside and enjoy it than to do it itself. So let me just use two people as an example. You have two millionaires, but one is the one that believe that I have to build. I have to develop my place. I have to build in my place. I have to expand my culture. I have to invest this money to change the outlook of my culture. And that's what that millionaire does. He spends money to make his place look good. But then we have another millionaire, a selfish one. A millionaire that will spend money in drink, spend money on drinks, spend money to take women out, spend money to show people that he has money, but refuse to bring that money home, refuse to even build a house that people will look at and say, wow, you've arrived. Wow, you actually have sense. Nigeria is that millionaire. It's not the millionaire that spends money in trying to make his hometown or his city or his town or his place look good. He's not that millionaire. He's the millionaire that abandons his hometown and then goes to another man's hometown to build a massive house, then comes to his hometown to visit occasionally. And even when he stays in his hometown long, he puts on towels and just walk around like nothing. He doesn't see the need to develop his hometown. He doesn't see the need to make his hometown look good like the other millionaires' hometown that he goes to. And even in estimate, he actually has money or potential to earn more, to make more money than that millionaire that he visits. So what it tells you basically is this: wisdom is the principal thing. So therefore, get wisdom. And in your getting, get understanding. A foolish man is a man that celebrates another man's success, but refuses to actually go about his own success. A foolish man is a man that goes to another man's house and tell him how beautiful your house is, even though he has the same money to make a difference in his house. A foolish man is one that goes to another man's house and take care of and buy gifts for his for the man's children, but never bought a single gift for his own children. That's a foolish man. A foolish man is one who believes that the prosperity of another man serves the community, but while he sits on his prosperity and refuses to use it for the good of mankind, that's a foolish man. A foolish man is not ashamed. Never ashamed, not ashamed. Even when he has dots on the chair that is about to sit on, he will not even clean it. He will be like, ah, that's okay. He sits on it. A foolish man is one that doesn't wipe his butt really good after he gets out of the toilet. That's a foolish man. He doesn't care about the smell of his armpit. That's a foolish man. But then he hails another man for the way that man smells while he smells nasty. That's a foolish man. So, what it means in essence is this: Nigeria has foolish people, very foolish people. and Nigeria has a vibrant culture, but does not know how to explore its culture beyond its shore. Thank God the music industry is doing that today. People like P Square that came up and say, you know what, we just got to change the way we do music. And the pioneer himself changed Nigerian culture forever. But today, Nigerian culture is still held back. Nigerian entrepreneurship is still held back. Nigerian landscape is still held back. So many things about the country is still backward. Even though it has the money to make excess money, it refused to do it. For the past 2 weeks, I have been giving presentations on how Nigeria can improve its economy, how Onitsha can look vibrant and be a city on the that's a shiny city on the rock. Yes, I have said it all, and I'm going to keep saying it, a whole lot of it. But today, there is something that we all know is going to be the bedrock of Nigerian success. One of the bedrocks of Nigerian success, not the bedrocks, but one of the bedrocks of Nigerian success. That's what I'm going to be discussing today. It's something that Nigeria can put massive capital. It doesn't require government only to do this, individuals can as well. But it's something that Nigeria can put massive capital, Anambra State can put massive capital, and the return on investment is huge. You can finish building some of these things in the next 5 to 10 years, but the return in investment is instantaneous. It's huge because you're dealing with the masses. And this is called hospitality. Hospitality in itself is also the bedrock of capital infusion in some states in the United States, Europe, and much of the Western world. They understand that hospitality generates huge number of employment. You can go to a single hospitality venue, like a hotel, and in that hotel in a major city or in a downtown can employ as much as, you might have like about 10 hotels that have a non-minimum of 500 rooms, and they can employ as much as 600 people. Just a single hotel. 500 people, just a single hotel. 300 people, just a single hotel. We do that. Those hotels will do that. And the reason, and not only do they employ such huge amount of people, they also will create jobs, both direct jobs and indirect jobs. And the reason why they create direct jobs and indirect jobs is this: there are businesses that are going to rely on those hospitality to generate their own revenue. And when these businesses generate their own revenue, they also employ huge amount of people because of the indirect job creation that these hospitalities do create around there. And those businesses, most of them are also hospitalities. But they range from restaurant to transportation. And not only that, it also helps airlines in bringing more people into the city. It creates convention centers. These convention centers are where businesses are held. Massive amount of businesses are held, and in those convention centers, people can come from all over the country to host convention in these hotels. So what I'm saying in particular is this: there is always a whole lot of opportunity that we don't understand, that our own places, especially Nigeria and the rest of the states and cities, are lacking. But how do we change this? How do we achieve this? It's common, it's easy. We can achieve it by infusing a lot of capital investment into our states. States that are highly situated in a place where things like this can happen, like festivals, cultural display, visitors. I'm talking about tourism coming in, people visiting those states like in the eastern Nigeria where you have people returning for Christmas a lot. Cultural heritage is very vast in those areas. But when you have those areas and they are built to international standards, that during those periods will also be a massive amount of revenue generation for the state, for the city, and the neighboring towns around it, and also the cities around it, because Anambra has three major cities: Onitsha, Oka, and Nnewi. But then there are other major towns and sub towns around it that will generate a lot of revenue due to the presence of people and also the change in the landscape due to development. So, like I said, like I said, these places, these venues are required. They are needed, but there are other things that make it much more advantageous for the state, for the cities, the state, and also for the country. When you have a country where, when it travels, you see the architectural landscape of other countries, but it fails to bring it into its own country, it's lacking. It's not a good thing at all. It's not a good thing at all. It's not a good thing at all. It's not a good thing. So what I'm trying to find out is this: as our people always travel around the world, they travel to Dubai, they travel to New York, they bring with them huge amount of cash to spend. Whereas we know that most of these places have contemporary architectures. What stops us from actually bringing these contemporary architectures into our country? What stops us? I think nothing. Nothing stops us. But we can do it. We can do it. Do we have what it takes to do it? Do we have what it takes to do it? That's the question. Because building buildings square by square, rectangular by rectangular, it's not the modern architecture. Those are the architectural displacements in terms of hotels almost 20, 30 years ago. Yes, cheap hotels, you can do that. But it seems like all I can see around Nigeria is usually 3-star hotels, 2 and 3-star hotels. When are we going to start building 5-star hotels? When are we going to start building hotels with architectural displacement? Build hotels with up with grade 12 facade. When can we do those things? When can we do those things? Those things are what is required to actually make a city, a state, or a region look beautiful. Sometimes people don't come to your hotel to lodge at your hotel. They don't really care about your hotel. But one thing that made them come back is the outlook of the hotel, the situation, the situated location of the hotel, the beauty of the hotel, the upclean of the hotel, the architecture of your city will draw people to your city. They will draw people to your city. Let's assume right now, if you go to downtown Dallas or downtown Houston, one thing you do see, or downtown New York, people don't come to those downtowns because of they just want to go to their hotel room. No, most of the people that come there want to take pictures. They want to go visit. They want to find out where to go to, where to visit, where can I go where can I see something new? Do you have anything that I can see? Do you have any good restaurant? What do you have? People want to go outside in the city. But it bothers me when people come, like, I hear people all the time when they visit Nigeria, right? And then I see them in the US. They'll be like, I couldn't go out of my hotel because they told us not to go anywhere that is dangerous outside. Why would our country be referred to as a dangerous place? And politicians are okay with that? It bothers me. It bothers me. It bothers me. It bothers me. Because the reason why it bothers me is that they're not doing anything to checkmate these kind of activities. Hmm. I tell you, I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot, and I don't know what we can do as a country to always seek for things that we can bring into our country to generate revenue, to change the way our country look. Why do we go to other countries to spend money, whereas we can do the same in our country? Why do we go to other countries to appreciate what they have, what we have the same money to do the same thing? What kind of mindset do we have? What kind of mindset do we have? What kind of mindset do we have? We have restaurants, we have bars, we have so many kind of things in our state, our country, but we don't promote our city. We don't spend money to change the landscape of our city, to change the skyline, so that people from all over the world will come to our city. Even Nigerians don't even look forward to go to the in cities in Nigeria. There is no hype. There is no, I will put it this way, there is no joy in traveling to another city to go and see what makes that city what it is. They all look 50 years old. They all look 50 years old. Lagos looks like a 50-year-old city. The Eco Atlantic is the only city now in the whole of Nigeria that is actually catching up with the new 20th century city and can easily become a 21st century city. But most of the houses are slowly coming up. Why? Because they keep waiting for foreign direct investment, whereas the money to build houses, to build things are in Nigeria. Two, three, or four people can come together and build something. But no, they're all waiting for foreign investment. They're all waiting for foreign investment. Foreign investment will come to your country when you yourself, with all the money you have, you're not even doing anything. It's just like a child that knew, a teenager that knows that he's supposed to go take exam, but rely on his other friend to help him take the exam. But he's not even making any effort to study, but believing that he's going to pass an exam. Oh, I'm going to pass it. Either I get it from my friend or I pass it. Either way, I'm going to pass an exam, but never studied to pass an exam. It's a shame. So right now, let me go in. I got to go in. Let me start the presentation. So here we are. Let me start it. I'm done talking. Hospitality. Hospitality, a capital intensive sector, but the backbone of a city revenue, both directly and indirectly. job creator. Employment opportunities vast. These opportunities are interconnected in diverse ways, such as hotels, restaurants, sports stadiums and arena, museums, travel, and transportation. Florida, a state in the United States, due to its proximity to the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico, relies solely on leisure and hospitality for its revenue generation. That's its annual revenue generation for both the state and the federal tax revenues. In 2020, visitors in Florida spent $22 billion. There's a lot of revenue for Onitsha and Anambra states to make due to its location and the spending nature of the indigenes of the region. Anambra can generate roughly about $5 billion annually in revenue with 1.5 trillion exponential increment annually, but it will have to invest significantly if it hopes to generate this said amount. It has a lot of tourism sites that I will dive into when I cover tourism in Anambra State. The advantage for Anambra State is that it has a lot of archaeological site as well. So what I'm trying to say here in essence is that's if you look at what I just read, Florida, we all know Florida. Florida is a huge that's leisure or hospitality in the United States. The flux of people that go into Florida are a lot. Okay, according to U.S. Census, right? I'm a destination and travel collection. That's travel analyst, right? They said that over 120 million people visited Florida last year. This is a state. Over 120 million, no, visited in 2020. Visited in 2020. The visitors spent about $22 billion. In 2022, they surpassed that by recording 129 million people that visited Florida. Florida is a state in the United States that has a lot of destinations, travel destinations, cruise liners. The biggest state, the state or the place or region in the whole world that has the highest number of cruise liners coming in, that's docking and undocking, is Florida. Florida has a lot of people that visit that state. People come from air, sea, and land. They all come to Florida. They spent money, $22 billion in Florida alone. This is also the same $22 billion if Anambra State, Imo State, Enugu State, Abia State, Akwa Ibom State, the whole of Eastern Nigeria can easily double that, generate that, or double it if they will start investing heavily in their hospitality, because that the geographical location of the Eastern Nigeria is a huge money generation for the entire region itself. Anambra can generate easily $5 billion annually in revenue. I'm talking about leisure, not the entire state. They can generate that easily just on leisure, on hospitality, easily. Does Anambra State generate up to $100 million a year? I doubt it. We barely have hotels. Even the hotels we have are mediocre. I'm going to get into it very soon. Some are good, but mostly mediocre. Even the good ones are not even in Anambra State. So I would say in total that Anambra hotels are mediocre. They are 2 stars. So going down, then I'm going to go to the next one, to the next slide. So the next slide says this: hotels international. International destinations have throughout the years invested heavily in hotels, leisures, and other attraction sites. Yes, they have. They have. I did with my business, with my transportation business. That's one of the businesses that I operate. We deal a lot with hotels, and I got to tell you, the number of people that visit hotels in a weekday for business conventions are a lot. The weekend sold out. Most major hotels are sold out. And the reason why these hotels are the way they are is because the um, international governments understand that one of the way to alleviate poverty in their cities is to create massive leisure destination, which is called hospitality. Create massive hospitality destination. In some states like in some countries like United States, they create those things are created in multiple and major cities. Cities that have mostly international airports, they create convention centers in those cities. And some of these cities have have sub-cities around them, which is suburbs. So those suburbans, right, have multiple convention destinations interconnected to the major city that may be sometimes situated in the middle, which is like Dallas. So in Dallas, Texas, you have Fort Worth, you have Arlington, you have a Ivan, you have a Frisco, you have a Plano. All those cities also do have convention centers. They do have tourist destinations. But one thing United States doesn't really have is archaeological places like Eastern Nigeria does have. That's what I'm trying to say. Then the second one says ancient and contemporary art have also made cities, states, and country to be point of attraction. Case in point, Egypt. Egypt is the only country. Egypt is the only country that has the most income generation in the whole of Africa, and the reason why is because of the archaeological or the ancient art that has been there for thousands of years. They preserved it. Notably, the pyramid. The pyramid is one of the most visited destination in the whole world. So Egypt understands that throughout history, and it has always preserved that as a source of revenue for the city that hosts that pyramid. Then another thing is this modern architectural cities are now becoming travel destinations for young adults or people 65 years and down. Example, Dubai. Dubai has no really any archaeological or ancient art to display. But one thing that Dubai did that China is replicating right now is modern architecture, modern art, introducing that modern art into buildings, making buildings of different styles, different look, even airports, making it so stylish, so good looking that people are looking forward to travel to Dubai, to Shanghai. Those destinations are places where even the younger people that are so intrigued by the contemporary architecture love to go to, and also looking forward to, guess what, the ancient architecture. These travels sports sport I'm sorry for saying sports, I gotta fix that real quick. So these travel spots, either ancient or contemporary, need hotels as a place where these visitors will lodge throughout their stay. Yep, and that's what it is. When you travel to a city, you want somewhere to stay, except if you have a body in that state or in that country, which is the city that you're traveling to in that country. You have a body. Other than that, you really need a place to stay for your duration, and excuse me, and that is hotel. So when you build stuff like that, you do need a hotel to complement it. And when you build a hotel to complement those travel spots, you also have to make sure that that hotel is in pair to modern day architecture. Countries around the world have invested heavily in hotels for due to high demand for travel. Yep. Due to high demand for travel, countries have invested a lot. Just like I said previously, a lot of countries have spent so much money. In fact, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, built a whole city for travel. Dubai, that's what Dubai is. Dubai is a travel destination. It's built for travel, but now people decided, okay, I'm going to live in it. But it was also built for residency. Yes, they did that. But the demand for residency now is as high as the demand for travel. Hotels have played significant role in the landscape and architecture of cities, skylines in recent years. Okay, let me go to the next slide because that will talk about this. Look at it right here. So this is Omni Dallas. So this is Omni Dallas. This is Western Hotel, Atlanta. So this, look at the architecture of this. Look at the displaying of this building. This building tells you that this is good. So these hotels are built to complement the look of the city or compensate the city. This building right here is the tallest building in Atlanta. It's Western Hotel. It's 70-story high. It's 70-story high. And it's a hotel. So what does it tell you? That some people spend money in building something that will make the city look good. I just don't know what to say. But one thing that I got to tell you is this. You can't beat this. Do we have things like this in Nigeria? No, we don't. Are they going to happen in Eco Atlantic? Yes, they will. But this is visible throughout the entire country of United States. This is Omni Dallas. This is Western Hotel Atlanta. These two cities are 2 hours flight away from each other. They are almost 1,000, more than 1,000 kilometers away, which is about 700 to 800 miles away from each other. But this is also very common around the country. Can Nigeria do it? Yes, we can. But misplace of priority is the case. Then I want to be able to play you a video. But while I'm playing that video, I want you to continue seeing that one thing about the look of a building, it is very, very vital that any country spends money in the outlook of its building, the outlook of its city. Because those things that you see, even though it's going to take a lot of money from you today, the same architectural display of that city will bring about a lot of customers to you. Because when they bring that customer, those customers or guests will spend money in your city. And when they do spend money, you are the one that actually benefit from it. You benefit from it, the city benefits from it, people around benefit from it. It is a wonder. That is why I always say throughout times that there is a need. There is always a need for people to spend money in a city that's in their economy. Because when you spend money in that economy, what you do basically is that you help to build the future of your city. You help to build your city to become a destination for international visitation and both local and state and federal. That's in continental and international. People will come in various numbers. They will spend that money in your city. Your city will become the envy of other cities. But you cannot generate revenue by not putting capital into it. Case in point, There is a reason why Nigeria, Onitsha, can generate slow amount of money. You know why? Because they invest a slow amount, minimum capital. When you invest minimum capital, you get minimum return. You cannot invest maximum capital and get minimum return. You will get maximum return. So what I'm going to do basically is this. I'm going to do something that we are. I just want us to check this out because you will like it. I want to play a video right now. So what the video basically is going to do is this, right? What it's going to do basically is this. I want us to see how hotels look like. I don't think it's any new thing to you guys because you've been there, done that. Most of you have been to international destinations. You know what international destination look like. I am not going to say, hey, let me kind of show you something that you haven't seen. No, it doesn't make any sense. But what I'm going to do is this. I would want you to check this out. Okay? I would want you to check it out and see how it goes, how things can look like. So please, we are about to start. Pay attention to this, okay? Let me get a slide. So with the slide, you can see what I'm about to show because I want you to listen to me. If you guys can hear this, please let me know because the other day I was playing something and nobody could hear any damn thing. And I thought people could hear it, but nobody could hear it. Oh no. It's coming out from where I don't want it to come out from. Yeah, okay, let me change that real quick. Yeah, the sound is not coming from where I really want it to come out from. Yeah, let me change that real quick. The audio has to come out from somewhere else. Yeah. Okay, now here we go. So please pay attention to this, okay? Oh, it's still doing the same thing. Just give me, you guys, please give me a little time because I don't want it to come out from here. Yeah, I just have to change this real quick. Okay. I gotta go back here, remove this. Okay, I see why. Disconnect that. Yes, I got it now. Okay, I want you guys to see this, okay? Okay, I'm gonna start it from the beginning. My favorite thing about the Omni is the personalized service. Sometimes it's the little details that matter. I do about 120 days a year on the road. And I love to say Omni is because of the in-room tea service. So I just know in the morning it'll be there at my door at any time when I leave. That personal service that really sets Omni apart. Omni is beautiful. It's really perfectly appointed and gorgeous property. And I travel a lot, so it's not easy to say that about just any hotel. So I think it's terrific. I'm amazed at how different Dallas is from what I remember from in the past. I'm in a suite here, so I love the suite. It's a beautiful view, unbelievable view. I brought all these clients up to our room. We had a party last night, and it was fantastic. And the first thing everybody said when they walked in the door was, "Oh my God, what a view!"
There are so many changes that are happening in the city, and the Omni Dallas is one of them. I think that the entire city is more vibrant, more alive. I just see more happening in Dallas than I remember when I was here, which was years ago. But I'm so glad I came back.
First time I really had a chance to stay downtown, and I have to say that it's one of the coolest properties I've been to. I had a wow factor when we were driving up, and we saw ASAE lights on the side of the building. That was pretty cool, and the pool was unbelievable. Yeah, it was just very well put together. It was really nice that it's attached to the convention center, and I don't have to go outside when it's 100 degrees.
And I think as a meeting space, just the layout for attendees, be able to have a closer feel of people that are presenting in a little more intimate style. I think you really get a better takeaway for your attendees.
It's really very well viewed for Dallas. It's exactly what we need for us to be able to consider having our annual meeting here in Dallas. It's really great. I really like it.
The quality of the layout is really first class. Like there's a lot of places around the world. I really think this is stunning. Obviously, the decor and the layout has been fantastic. The service is wonderful. So next time I'm in town, I will have staying.
Yeah. Yeah, please put one in the chat if you had let me start. Yeah, please put one in the chat if you had what if you had the sound, if the sound was clear, please put one in the chat, please. Yeah, please let me know if you heard what if you had the sound, like if the video played in the background. Yeah, please just type one in the chat. Let me know if you heard what the video said. Just let me know if you heard what the video said. Just type one in the chat. Just one. Just say one in the chat. So that way I will know if the video was actually playing. Because I made a presentation a few days ago, and unfortunately, I did not hear anything. That's when I think my voice. I'm having also internet connection issue. My mic is having an issue. Let me look real quick. Let me go to the audio. Can you, can you guys hear me better now? Okay. Let me know if you had any if the sound quality was good. Yeah. Let me know if the sound quality was good. Okay, I'm listening to the video right now. I think I can see that. Mm, let's see this. Okay, no problem. My audios are going to get better in the future. But what I'm so let's go back to the presentation again. Let me take off this. Okay. Okay. So based on what I was saying earlier, Let's go back. This is what international destination does better. It's the architecture. They spend money on buildings. They make buildings to complement city. They make buildings to add to the architecture of the city. They also make buildings to add to the skyline and landscape of the city. Another thing, hotels. So the next slide is this: hotels, Anambra, Nigeria. Anambra State being the second smallest state in Nigeria, just like Lagos, the smallest state and Nigeria's largest economy, has the potential to grow its GDP from 6 billion to 120 billion over the next 20 years. I'm talking about the entire state of Anambra itself. It's a $6 billion economy right now in Nigeria. That is dismal. Hospitality alone should be generating 6 billion, not the whole state. I'm talking about hospitality in Onitsha, Oka, and Newi, excluding other parts, because we know Okija or Ihiala supposed to be generating a lot of revenue for Anambra State because is a town at the border of the state. So that's supposed to be a huge revenue generation itself because of its proximity to Owerri and Aba. Those are two major economy in Nigeria. Owerri and Aba, but still underperforming. Okay, the potential for Anambra, that's this $120 billion will come from a whole lot, but I'm going to discuss 6 billion of that 120 billion. The 6 billion to generate this 6 billion to turn this 6 billion of an entire state GDP into hospitality alone has to do with building, making this happen, and more slides that I'm going to show. I'll be discussing about this for a long time throughout this slide. The potential for Anambra to increase its revenue annually is there. It has Oka to the east of Onitsha, Nnewi to the southeast of Onitsha. With these three cities, Anambra State can spread out its economy throughout the state. That's without me adding Ihiala or Kija. The potential is there. The thing is that the potential is there. But the infrastructure, like I said, is lacking. The potential is there, but the infrastructure is lacking. The state has to develop the riverbank to be a popular destination, erect high rises in order to develop its skyline. I'm going to come down to this. The reason why I'm going to come down to this is that there is a slide that I'm going to pull up. So I'm going to pull up this slide, right? Actually, that in itself will tell you the potential for Anambra to grow its revenue. So if I go over to what you guys and I have been doing for the past few days, is the Google map, the Google Earth, right? So at that Google Earth, I'm still going to come back to where I was before. So just check this out. How can Anambra develop its riverbank? I've said it numerously before. Anambra can develop its riverbank by doing just a few things. Let's go back to that. So, if you go back to Onitsha, right? So this is the Okija that I'm talking about. When you get to this Okija, right here, this Okija can be a massive economic development, just down to this side. Even this town right here, Anambra can generate, this can be a huge economic development for Anambra State itself, just right here. Just right here. Okay, go back to this Onitsha right here. Like I said earlier during the week, all of this, you see all of this can be massive development for Anambra State to generate generate a lot of income just by keeping this riverbank. This right here can be used for building of, guess what? Destinations. You can build zoo, you can build whatever you want to build right here. Because guess what is going to mirror? This right here, just like I said, this spot right here, just like I said earlier, can mirror this. That's it. The same thing. It can mirror this right here. It don't have to be that big, but it can mirror a whole lot. It can mirror this. It can mirror this. Yep. It can mirror this really good. It can mirror all of this. It can mirror them. That's what I'm trying to say. So Anambra to become the beacon of Nigerian economic hub, or one of the Nigerian economic hub, the potential is there for the state. So going back to what I was saying, okay, excuse me. And not Clean Water Act. Like I said earlier, the water in the river is very dirty. So many refuse and so many things going into that river that are not supposed to be there. They're supposed to have some checkpoints that can stop collectibles into going into the river, so that way sanitation people will take care of it, sanitize and clean the river bank, and people will enjoy driving on it. People, riding jet ski, riding boats, having good time in the river. So enacting Clean Water Act and enforce the law to prevent water pollution is very, very necessary. Collaborate with the federal government to drainage the river Niger so as to remove the huge and deposit in the huge sand deposit, because the river has a lot of sand deposits. Those sand deposits can be removed through drainaging system. So when the river Niger is drainaged, they can actually take a lot of those sands and put it inland, and then use it also for building construction, because in Nigeria they use a lot of sand and mortar to build. So the river will achieve a depth of at least 80 feet for water activities to thrive in the area. So what it means basically is this, right? If you drainage up to 80 feet, the water will go very, very deep. At that depth, boats can come in and out. People can ride jet ski, people can ride their own personal ships, and people can also bring their yachts. I got to get water real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah. So people can bring their yachts. You're going to see a lot of activities happen there. The state has a lot of rich individuals. Those rich individuals, a lot of them can afford boats, and they will drive on those boats, and they're going to dock on some of the areas, and some of the places they can build dock stations where people can actually dock their boat, or in some ways you can actually draw water in and then build a docking station inside in order for people to dock their boats. And some people can actually sleep there for weekends, come there with their wives and kids, spend the weekend, and that is also a source of economy generation for the city of Onitsha, which is at the river bank. And also neighboring towns at the river bank can also use their places as destinations for docking. Anambra State, as well as Nigeria, must invest heavily in order to profit and realize revenue from hospitality. It will serve it will serve as a conventional destination, which will generate a lot of indirect and direct jobs. When businesses hold convention, guests tend to spend a lot of money in the local business. I got to put it this way: convention is how hotel makes about 60% of their revenue. Many hotels in eastern Nigeria are not making money because there is no convention going on. They don't have that much of conventions going on in the east. But just imagine if bringing businesses into the eastern Nigeria will also bring conventions after hotels are built, and also making other destinations in Nigeria as convention destinations will help companies to rotate their conventions yearly by also spending money in different cities every year. That will help hospitalities in Nigeria to grow, as well as hospitalities in the eastern Nigeria to grow. So convention is one of the best way that revenue generations are very, very common. That's the most easiest way to generate revenue, I'm sorry, in hospitality. So convention is very necessary. Just look at what happened when conventions are held. Number one, a lot of people are going to fly into that city through different means of transportation. Some people will drive if they're not far away, but most people will fly in. So that alone will help Anambra State, that's the Anambra International Airport, to generate a lot of money due to flights coming to that destination. And then what it's going to do basically, or also, is to help these kids, these men that are taxes, to generate a lot of financial revenue as well. Because what happens is that those taxes, right, will generate money a lot, because they are going to be the ones bringing these people to those hotels or to those convention centers during their arrival from the airport. They also will be taking those people back to the airport. That's money that these taxi drivers are going to generate and spend back into the city or into the state coffer. Then, not only that, the restaurants around those hotels, the restaurants in the hotel cannot hold the amount of people in the convention. So the surrounding restaurants are going to be able to generate huge amount of revenue. So that's the indirect. Then, not only that, local transportations are also going to benefit a lot, because these people want these convention guests are going to go to different destinations, different spots, different restaurants also, because they're not going to go to the same restaurant every day. If it's a 1 week convention, or few days 3 days convention, or 5 days convention, they're going to want to rotate. And also, they're going to compensate local transportation services. This bring a lot of money into the state. So Anambra State and the surrounding states in Nigeria, Enugu, Imo, Abia, all in Calabar, Cross River, Ebony, Rivers, they all need to take advantage of this. And Bayelsa as well, they all need to take advantage of developing their hometowns, developing their states, making their states convention and leisure destinations. Okay. So this is two difference. You see how hotels are built in Nigeria versus how hotels are built in overseas. But I gotta say this. This hotel is Abuja. Grand Cubana Hotel is not disappointing at all. It's a well-built hotel. I will testify because I've been there. The Grand Cubana Hotel is a good hotel. Transcorp Hotel, they are good. The maintenance at Grand Cubana Hotel is one hotel that I know that is properly and constantly being maintained. The rooms don't disappoint. Nothing disappoints. I've never been to Transcorp, but I gotta tell you, visiting this hotel is just nice looking. Because let me put it this way: the hotel itself has the amenities inside is good, is well built, well managed. I don't have enough to say. If he's doing bad, I will let you know. But he's doing good. I've stayed in this hotel many times, and each time that I go there, I am fascinated. This hotel can compete with a couple of hotels in the United States. The only thing I will say is that Nigerian hotels are not bigger. They have to be bigger. They have to be bigger in order to compete. But this hotel, it's a force of its own. Transcorp Hotel outside, yes, it looks good. It's a decaying hotel. Is not up to par to the rest. But I hope that they're going to spend a lot of money to make it comparable. But at the same time, it's a hotel that is located in a huge landscape, but the lands in a huge property. But the problem is the landscape is just disappointing. They don't really have an intriguing landscape. Nigeria does not really do much when it comes to landscape. That I will tell you. So these are two good hotels in Abuja. Then when you come to the eastern Nigeria, this is Oba. So this is Nelly's Newtown Oba. Nelly's Newtown Oba is a hotel that I will tell you when it first opened, it was the talk of the town. But now, um, what I can say is this: it's just a victim of its location. The reason why I would say it's a victim of its location is that the fact that there is no conventions, there are no conventions in Onitsha. There are no way that the state is spending money in order to help in the development of its local businesses to attract conventions, right? It's killing businesses and hotels like this. So these hotels, they don't thrive until during festivity. There is no heavy weekend life in the eastern Nigeria where people can travel from all over different destinations to come there in order to enjoy their weekend. Those things are not promoted because the state doesn't spend time in building necessary infrastructure, building the attractions that will or developing attractions that will bring people to the state that will make people to come and lodge in hotels like this. The same apply to Chenik Royal Hotel Newi. Like if you see hotel that has parking spot like this, it's very disappointing. And that is one thing that Nigeria is lacking. They build hotels on a two plot of land. Whenever you build a hotel, you need at least minimum of 6 plots to 8 plots to build a hotel. Because number one, you have to have a good parking garage, and your hotel cannot look like a an apartment. It has to be spread out. This I will give this credit. This Nelly Newtown, I'm impressed because you see how spread out it is. It's spread out. This is something you find in the United States. I'm sorry, it is in the United States. Only that the roof is too high. There are many ways that you build hotels like this without having such a high roof. High roof are not good for hotels for the outlook, no matter the environment. But it's well built because if you look at right there, it tells you that this hotel right here, right, has opposite rooms. So this is actually the hallway, which is good. That's how it's built in most countries. Then they also have veranda where people can come out. But this I don't like because it will introduce noise. If they could have made this into, if this had been enclosed and then have like a chairs around it where people can just come and sit down and then see the view, but without this exposure, that would be very, very, you can't have that exposure in architect in designs. So one thing like I said, eastern Nigeria lack designs. They lack designs. I've never seen any design, any intriguing design. I am somebody that embed myself into architecture a lot. Well, that was what I was going to study architecture before I decided to study mechanical and aerospace. But I never forgot my architectural route. Nigeria has struggled over the years to rival with international destination in the outlook of hotels. That's what I've been saying. Skyline buildings and hotels that exceed 30-story high are not common trend in Nigeria. You can't see those. It's very difficult. But if you go over here, if you go here, this hotel is about 30-story high. Yes. But there are omnis that are about 60, 70-story highs. This right here is 70-story high. These are common things you see in international destination. The Caliph in Dubai is the tallest hotel in the world. I'm sorry that I didn't put up the picture here. I was supposed to put it up here. But I'm also going to discuss a lot concerning hospitality. So this is not the only time you're going to see this, because I will expand greatly into Nigerian economic expansion or the lack thereof. But because whenever I discuss the criticism like this, I also discuss solutions, because I've been discussing the criticism and the solution simultaneously. So I hope you guys understand. Lack of international architecture, lack of architectural inspiration buildings have contributed to the lukewarm attitude in its hospitality industry. That's lack of it. No, it's very hard that you go to Nigeria and you see hotels that will take your breath away, both inside and outside. It's not that common. It's not that common whatsoever. But that is what it is, because they lack architectural inspirational buildings. They just lack it. And that has contributed to the lukewarm attitude in its hospitality industry. Onitsha and the rest of the towns in Anambra State have a score of 2 stars for architectural and leisure experience in hospitality. That's right, 2 star. I deal with hotels a lot. When I walk into a 3-star hotel, I know. When I walk into a 4-star hotel, I know. When I walk into a 5-star hotel, I know. There is only one hotel that is 7-star all over the world. That is the Dubai hotel. But the hotels in Anambra State and Onitsha are 1 to 2 star. That's it. It's a shame. Things can change when Anambra looks outwards to get inspiration in changing its approach to investment in hospitality. That's what I've been saying. It has to change. It has to change. It has to go out. Then this is restaurant. Restaurant business is a capital intensive investment. Yep. It's not easy to start a restaurant. The reason why is because for you to start a restaurant, right, you have to, number one, have the capital, because it's capital intensive. So what kind of restaurant do you want to build, and what kind of people do you want there? Who is your customer? Who are going to be your patrons? Which type of customer? What kind of financial status of customer that will come and patronize you? And then what kind of demography are you attracting? Are you attracting people between the age of 16 and 35 or 30? Are you attracting people between the age of 30 and 45? Are you attracting people between the age of 46 to 65? So you have to ask yourself those questions. Who are your customers? Who are your target customers? So your target customer actually determine what kind of restaurant that you want in certain location, because not every type of restaurant can be in every type of location. Neighborhood restaurants and business center restaurants are not the same, and in some cases business center restaurants and neighborhood restaurants can look alike, depending on what kind of audience you want to attract. And is your restaurant going to be a club restaurant or a sports bar restaurant, or a restaurant for high earners? So you have to know what kind of restaurant you're trying to situate or trying to build in that location. So that would determine the kind of capital that will be needed for that investment. And another thing again is this: that also will also determine your risk, because the demography you cater for also determine the risk and the quality of service. Because the higher the risk, the lower the service. But the higher the profit, it can become average or high-end service. Profit is also rewarding. As long as you put high capital in restaurants, you're always going to get high profit. That is certain. It has a significant amount of direct jobs opportunity to the workforce. Yes, restaurants do employ a lot of people. Restaurant depend on what kind. If it's a chain restaurant, you're going to have a lot of payrolls. You're going to have a lot of people. If it's just a single location restaurant, yes, you might not have that a lot of people, but you're also going to have loyal customers. So your customers are going to be more of the same. 40% of your customers are going to be familiar faces. It also serves as a support system for hotels in the same area. Like I said earlier, right? So you see hotels like this, right? These hotels, whenever they hold convention, the restaurants that are like this Omni Dallas, this hotel I'm one of their vendors, right? So this is a restaurant right here. Then there is another restaurant on the other side, on right here. I'm sorry. There's a restaurant here. There's a restaurant here. This is the massive Dallas Convention Center. So this hotel is actually built for this convention center. It's owned by the city, actually, not the state of Texas, the city, just like Onitsha, building a whole convention center and building a hotel attached to it. One thing with Nigeria is that cities usually don't spend money. It's the state that usually spend the money, which is not supposed to be like that. If the city has access to tax, the city can build their own hotels and conventions. So this is actually owned by the city of Dallas. So this hotel links into this convention center. So what happened is this, right? This is also a restaurant. These two are restaurants as well. So when people come here, this hotel right here is 1,000 rooms. This hotel is 1,000 rooms. So there is no way 1,000 people can fit into these two restaurants. It's not gonna happen at the same time. So this restaurant takes about 2% of the visitors that come to this hotel, or 3%. That one takes about 3 to 5%. 3 to 5%. So that's total of about 10%. So we're looking at about anywhere from 7 to 10%, right? If you include this, which is about 3% or 4%, so you're looking at anywhere between 12 and 15%, right? So where is the remaining 85% going to go? They're going to go to the city of Dallas. Inside the city, there are many restaurants around here, over 40 restaurants in this vicinity. Over 40 restaurants. So when you have those 40 restaurants, what happened? It becomes indirect job opportunity. There are also about 40 hotels in downtown, or 30 hotels in downtown, that are higher than this hotel in height. They are about this height. In fact, the tallest hotel in Dallas is just in the whole of Texas is by this hotel right here. It's called the Sheraton Dallas, and also one of the tallest hotels in the whole world. It's not far from here. So just imagine, and that is about 1,800 rooms. There are hotels around this area that have anywhere from 500 rooms to 1,800 rooms just within this location. So sometimes you have over 20,000 people or 30,000 people that will come here for conventions, right? Because this convention center can hold as much as 30,000 people. So those 30,000 people that appear in this convention, where are they going to eat? In all those 40 plus restaurants. But they're going to go at different times, and more restaurants are coming in. So that's what I'm trying to say. So it has significant amount. Restaurant has massive direct and indirect job opportunity for the produce market as well. So look at what happened. Restaurants spend money in buying their replacement, right? Replenishment. So for them to have those replenishment, that means local markets that sell produce like tomatoes, all those local markets in Onitsha, Aba, Owerri, Enugu, Abakaliki, Ibino, Eket, Uyo, Port Harcourt, Calabar, they all going to benefit. Then you go to Lagos, you go to Kano, you go to all Abuja, all those local markets tend to benefit because of the presence of restaurants. So they also create jobs. That's indirect jobs and direct jobs opportunity. It also serves as a support system for hotels in the area, in the same area. Just like I said, it serves as a support system for hotels. So when you have all those people that come to these hotels, right? They go to those restaurants because those restaurants are a support system to the surrounding hotels because they absorb the customers that need somewhere to eat. Without those restaurants, those customers are not coming back here. They will never come back to this hotel. So this hotel also do recommend those restaurants. They have their own, these hotels have their own restaurant, right? But they will still recommend people outside this hotel. Because guess what? They need those surrounding businesses, those surrounding restaurants to be able to keep their guests coming. And these hotels, right, do get reports from guests if those restaurants outside this hotel treat them bad because this hotel refer them to those restaurants. So they get report, they get feedback. So those feedback will determine if those customers, if future customers are going back to those restaurants or not. And if they have a bad report, those restaurants are going out of business because the hotels will not refer their guests to them. Residents of the city occasionally or regularly patronize local restaurants and bars in the area. Actually, it was in my head as I wrote this basically. But when I was talking about this was in my head. I just read it and then it coincides. So all the like people that live outside downtown and outside business center do occasionally or regularly, depend on their marital status, will if they cook at home, will go to restaurants to eat. Mostly the bachelors will go to restaurants to eat almost on a daily basis or on occasion or within or they are regular. They are not occasional, they are regular. But for the occasionally too, the same thing. They will patronize these restaurants, these local restaurants are also because if you go outside city center, right, 80% of their patrons are locals, 20% are outsiders, but 80% are locals, which means they need that 80% to keep lights those lights on. They need those 80% when they are when they are outside city center restaurants. They need those 80% residents to keep to keep the lights going. But restaurants that are in the city as well need those as well. Activities such as activities such as sports, mm, conventions. I've discussed convention, museum, art, movie sets, and many more do keep restaurants running. Yes, I will discuss that in the next slide. Well structured restaurants and bars with heavy capital investment tend to be the most profitable due to its welcoming atmosphere. That is what this says. You see, when you make your restaurant look good, I'm coming because hold on a minute. So back to what I was saying. When you make your restaurant look good, right? Those restaurants, when they look good, they tend to do one thing. They tend to attract customers because customers sometimes do come back to restaurants due to their serenity. Number one. Number two, they want to impress their guests. Even though they don't own that restaurant, they want to impress their guests that hey, I do come here. Oh, I spend money here. People have ego. So for restaurants, sometimes when you build a restaurant, you're not building a restaurant to satisfy your ego. No, you also building it to satisfy the ego of your customers because your customers are going to bring their friends to tell them that I can afford this place. It's an ego thing for both the owner and the patrons. So please, these are things I'm talking about that we need to do in Nigeria. We need to spend more money making our restaurants, our business look like our house. That's if you have a good house, because some people don't. Like I said, Nigerians' problem is that they don't see things as serious. Sports centers, stadiums, just like I was discussing before. Sports complex is a huge revenue to a city and state. Huge. You cannot underestimate the presence of sports center. The fans that are loyal to a sports team is near and wide. We all know that. It's so shocking and so disappointing that a country that produces massive amount of players that go international to play sports cannot invest $60 billion into sports. A $60 billion that they will reap the revenue back in short term. Even $10 billion alone. $10 billion investment into sports can return that investment within few years of this sports complexes standing. Because I gotta tell you something. Nigeria, if she develops her sports industry, especially soccer, right, can can magnetize a revenue of about $40 billion annually. Because what happened is that all these players that are going to Europe, half of them from Africa will not go to Europe. They will rather play in Nigeria, which is a much neighboring or much closer destination for them, and with the pride of Africa being on their shoulder, they would rather play there at home than to go overseas and receive all the and racial insult that come to them. They would rather play there. So loyalty to sports team in many cases crosses the oceans and can have its mark in the that's in every country in the world. So when you develop a sports team, right, the loyalty that that sports team generates is far and wide. People like when I just said something about Nigeria and Africa, right? But it can also go far and wide because they're gonna have people in other countries that just fell in love to players. They might not necessarily um uh, like the team itself, but they have their players. They are players that they would like to they usually will follow to different sports team. So when you sell a player, you also sell them their loyal fans. So players do have loyal fans. So that is why a sports team can can gain fans and can lose fans too. But at the same time, sports teams have more loyal fans than fans loyal to players. So that is not underestimated. The revenues for local business during tournaments are huge. I'm telling you, Dallas Cowboys is almost a $10 billion team. The revenue that Dallas Cowboy generates to the city of Dallas and the surrounding city and city of Arlington, these two cities, a game is astonishing. Dallas generates over $200 million for every single this thing game. Over $200 million. Why does that happen? Hotels. This is direct and indirect. That's what the sports team of 80,000 fans do generate for a city. People that will travel from different destinations to Dallas. This is airlines. Airlines that are flying into Dallas are bringing some of these teams. Those are tickets sold. Hotels are selling rooms, or sometimes rooms are sold out because of these teams. That's the game, right? Then the tickets sold, then the restaurants are going to serve these players because they're going to come in huge numbers to do what? To patronize the local restaurants. They're going to also go to museums, they're going to go to other places, they're going to go to bars and drink. If their team win or lose, they're still going to eat. So this is the revenue that every city that doesn't have a sports complex loses. Most of the revenue beneficiaries to these revenue generations are airliners. Local transportations, okay. Look, I've discussed hotels and restaurants, but I'm going to discuss local transportations. So people will come to this is one of the most this is one of the big money generation right here. This local transportation. They go from airport to hotels, right, to drop these guests. Then from hotels to restaurants, right? I'm talking about transportation. They're going to go to I'm gonna make sometimes I'm gonna make this look different in sometimes. So they're gonna go they're gonna go to hotels. Then from hotels they're gonna go to restaurants. From restaurants they're gonna also take them to local businesses where they're gonna be able to make one or two purchases, buy clothes, buy something, and then they're gonna buy memorabilia. And in some case, and then after that they're gonna take them from that hotel to the stadium, right? This is also money that they are paying to the local transportation. They've paid local transportation money for going to all these places, right? They're still going to pay the local transportation money to take them to the stadium. And then after the game, win or lose, they're going to go back to the hotel, right? Or to a restaurant. So that local transportation is going to take them back to the restaurant or to the hotels. Then after that is done, the same local transportation is then going to take them back to the airport and then they will fly. So each of these individual will spend anywhere from $400 per visit to as high as $2,000 per visit. So if you average it, that's about $700 to $800 that is spent, right? For that visit to the state to watch the game, then times that by 80,000. The reason why I say 200 to 2,000 is because some of these fans are local, so they're not going to spend money like somebody visiting. Yeah. The city and state revenue comes mostly on the sales tax that are generated during these events. Whenever sales are made, things are sold, there is always tax paid. As long as it's not in the US, a produce. Produce, there is no tax, but anything that is not a produce, you tax, right? So the state is generating millions of dollars. Each sports, the state and city generate millions of dollars for each sports visit, in each sports game. So if you take over $200 million that is generated that period, times it by about 10%, that's how much is generated in taxes. Yep, about almost 20 million generated in taxes. Okay. Federal and state can also get tax revenue from employment. So the people that are employed in this due to these stadiums, right, and the hospitalities around here generate tax for the state, for the federal. For the state, they generate tax due to sales tax. For the federal, they generate tax due to employment. So the state and and in some states, both the federal and the state get taxes for employment opportunity. They are generated as a result of direct and indirect employment. That's correct. Art and museum. Treasuring the artworks of the ancient in the contemporary is a huge revenue generation for a state and city. Anambra State has Omunike Cave. I'm going to talk about this mostly when we talk about tourism. But for hospitality, when people come to hotels to stay, this is the connection that I'm making. Let me check if this sound is still good, so that way I won't be making. Hold on for me, guys. If any of you, hi, somebody was saying something. Let me reply real quick. Hi, Faith. Yes, hotels with water parks inside. I tell you, yes, family vacation. You are right. You are right. With family vacation, right? Yes. Hotels with power park inside family vacation. That's right. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. Family vacation. That's right. Hello, Ekene. Hello, LRGA Carbs. Thank you. Yeah, this is Dallas Hotel. Yes, it is Dallas Hotel. They are Dallas Hotel. So what I'm trying to do basically, yeah, they are Dallas Hotel. So what I'm doing basically is this. I'm trying to give coloration that between Dallas hotel or hotels in the US and non and hotels that are in Nigeria, to be able to showcase to people why our hotels in Nigeria lack certain amenities. And then when they lack those amenities or lack investment, this is what they're doing to themselves. They're shooting themselves on the foot. Because if they put much financial investment in trying to make the cities and state, right, build infrastructure for hotels, guess what? They're going to develop, they're going to generate a lot of revenue. And most of this revenue will be due to people spending money into the state on a regular, on any daily basis. That's what I'm doing, because I'm trying to use this as a showcase to get our people to start doing investment back home, because some of our people don't do investment back home. And the reason they don't do it is because they don't know. So I'm using this as a lecture to tell them what to do in order to build business. Okay, treasuring the artworks. I want to say something real quick so that way I can make sure that we are all in the same page. I got to go check. Yeah, I want to be able to. What is wrong with my mic? Can you guys hear me better? How's my mic? My mic has a lot of echo. I don't like this. Let me see if I can. Testing one. Yes, it sounds like cricket. Let me try to fix it because it's not good. Has it been doing this all day? Has it been doing this? Can you guys let me know if it's been doing this all day? Because that's not good. Or it's just in and out. Is the cricket sound in and out? Okay, just started. Thank you so much for letting me know that. Okay, I think I fixed it a little bit. I think I fixed it because now I can't hear. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. If it's happening, please you guys should let me know right away. If I'm getting a cricket sound, let me know, okay? Because I don't want to lose anyone. Let me also turn on the mic. This cricket sound is crazy. Let me see this real quick. Testing one. I gotta go right here. Okay. What about this? How does it sound now? Okay, I think I found out the reason why. Thank you so much, cause I think one of the reason might be let me uh, it's doing the cricket sound again. I'm fixing the automatic mic adjuster. Maybe that will help. I think it's helping now. The automatic mic adjuster is helping. Okay, it's fine. It's fine now. I guess. If anything, please, you guys give me a moment. Let me know in the chat room so that way I can adjust. Okay, going back to the slide. So this is what we have: museum and fine art. Treasuring the artworks of the ancient in the contemporary is a huge revenue generation for a state. Anambra as a state, right, has a lot of artwork. So the thing is this: before the British invaded, we were known for our art sculptures, right? Because that's the way we worship our gods, by making little gods in our image. There is a pride when the gods that or the god that you worship is in your image. It gives you a sense of belonging, both spiritual and physical. But when you take away those sculptures and make them in a form that doesn't resemble you, what happens is that it makes you inferior psychologically. It makes you inferior. So what our ancestors did were to create those sculptures that they use as an intersection between God and man. So they pray to those sculptures. And just like the Christians believe, that Jesus Christ is the intercession between man and God, that's the same way our ancestors believe that those cultures are between man and God. So what happens is that when they pray to those cultures, right, those cultures will then deliver the message to God and vice versa. You see? So what it does basically, it gave our ancestors sense of security that God is in our image, form, and color. But today, we, just like every other religion, can also use what we have both in art and in museum. Whatever art sculpture we have in museum, or whatever one we have at the temples, they can be used as a source of revenue generation, because people can come and visit those temples. They can go to those shrines. They can see those ancestral links that we have, and they will spend money to come and see them, to come and witness such an ancient piece of art. So that is why museum and art is very, very necessary for any city. Just like the West have developed theirs, we have to develop ours. But the thing about the West, they didn't really have the art that we do. So our art is what generates the money. But we in turn can use our art to generate our own money without us having to go to their museum, but by bringing them to our museum, because we still have a lot of sculptures in Africa, in Nigeria, in Igbo land, that we can use as source of revenue. Movie theaters have been a venue for revenue generation. Let me check. Let me ask you guys one more time if the sound is good, right? I hope the sound is good. Say yes if the sound is still good. Please type in yes if the sound is good. So that way I can return back to the presentation again, to the podcast. Yeah. Some fans still, yes. Good. Thank you very much. Okay. I appreciate that, Cubs. So going back to where I was, movie theaters have been a venue for revenue generation for artists in a country, as well as a local artist in the community. As long as well as local artists in the community. Okay, I would say in the last 30 years, 32 years, Nigeria through Kenneth Okonkwo, that's Andy, the guy that regularly appears at the Arise News for Labour Party. He is the pioneer of Nigerian movies. That's current movie. He is a pioneer. As a pioneer, right, the guy was able to take Nigerian movie to a greater height. Today, Nigerian movies are in theaters, but building theaters across cities, movie theaters across cities, and making qualitative movies will help in the promotion of the local culture and also help in all these actors having financial incentives, because many Nigerian actors today lack financial incentive or lack financial revenue or lack good paying jobs or being paid good for the jobs that they do, because Nigeria, especially Anambra State, which has one of the largest indigens in the film industry, have not up to today put a lot of money in the development of the movie industry. So museum and art, which are underdeveloped in our state and country, have to have a lot of financial infusement in order for this financial generations to take hold. We need to do those things. Okay, we also need to then right here says symphony theaters are a venue used by local and international artists to entertain audience and fans. It can also be used as a venue for book presentation, stage drama. These theaters, if constructed in Nigeria, which is what I'm going to go next, I'm going to show the theater. This is it right here. I'm going to go back and forth. Like this theater right here can be used to do what? Can be used by local and international artists to entertain audience and fans. Meaning that in a theater like this, we artists can come and perform drama. So you can have about 1,000 guests show up, right, to witness dramas. Anambra State and Igbo land, especially Eastern Nigeria, and in fact the whole Nigeria, have a huge cultural display, colorful cultural display. We have music, we have dramas. Drama didn't start in Europe. It started in Africa because that is something we do on a weekend. We on a weekend will do dramas that will bring the whole town, the whole community into a location called Nkwo. Nkwo in those days is the cultural center that our ancestors designed. That every Nkwo, which is every 4 days of the week, everybody should be off. At that Nkwo is where the masquerades play. These masquerades, when they come, right, they come in huge numbers. They bring their colors, they bring their dance, they showcase their moves, they do so many types of acrobatics. Youth show their styles, women dance, men dance constantly every 4 days. These things repeat itself. Restaurant. So the last sports that usually would take place at the end of this cultural display is the restaurant. So it is from Africa that the restaurant thing was copied and brought to Europe, because it is our culture. So on that day, those restaurants will happen. Men will wrestle with each other until somebody's back touches the ground. It is our biggest sports in Africa. Wrestling is our biggest sports, especially Eastern Nigeria. Wrestling and boxing is our biggest sports, but boxing wasn't really in. People weren't into boxing because it was more of a violent sport, but they were into wrestling because that's where a man and a man will showcase their strength. So these are things that our ancestors did, and they did it quite good. But this can be brought back. Just imagine how much a place like this can generate every 4 days, every 4 market days. That's why I'm of the advocating that we should bring back our 4 market days, especially in the eastern Nigeria, because those 4 market days signify a lot to our culture and to our people. So yes, mm, the drama, the drama is huge. So these venues can serve as a host to music as well. Our people are known for their music. Nigeria today is one of the biggest, it is the second largest music, has the second largest music industry, Afrobeat. So Nigerian Afrobeat is just a step behind US genres. US has multiple genres. Nigeria have multiple genres as well. Nigeria has multiple genres as well. Both countries have multiple genres, but the thing is that there is far much more financial capital in the US than in Nigeria. But Nigeria is not far behind at all, because when the rebase of the economy is done, you're going to find that billions of naira billions of dollars is generated or are generated every year in Nigeria through its music industry. But building venues like this will help to catapult the music industry of Nigeria. But guess what would do it better? A sports stadium like this. A venue like this can bring thousands of people into a single venue, whereby there will be a lot of financial revenue generated here and for the local businesses around. Okay. Then going back here, these venues are also a source of direct and indirect job contribution to the economy. Yes, it is. Anambra is a state known for its colorful culture, dance, masquerades, and celebration. I am going to expand on this tomorrow before I then start the discussion for tomorrow. That's the podcast for tomorrow. There is a reason why I have to discuss this tomorrow, but I am going to discuss it now, but go in depth tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll be bringing the slides, the videos that you will use in order to understand how these things are done. Yep, tomorrow will be that day. I will show it in a colorful way using videos to support this. Then that way, in fact, let me do it real quick. I think I can do that right now, so that way I don't have to wait for tomorrow. But while I'm talking, yeah, while I'm talking, right, I am I will be talking while I'm looking for this. So, like I said, there are a lot of cultural advantage that building stuff like this will generate for Anambra State. For real. I am very certain, because I know what the state can do. So let me so that is the thing about Anambra State, because Anambra and Imo State and the neighboring eastern states is the colorfulness of of the music and how music are done in these areas. Let me okay, let me use this. I'm gonna use okay. Okay, this will help a lot. It's going to be a video that will be played for a while. So you guys just listen to it. But the reason why I want you to listen to it is to see the color of our Nigerian tradition when it's in that's of the Eastern Nigerian tradition. When music are played, in order for you to understand what I mean by the cultural color. So what I'm saying basically is this, right? So let me make sure. Okay. If you look at what I was discussing, I said that Anambra is known for its colorful cultural dance, masquerade, and celebration. I'm going to play a video for this because we don't have symphony or opera, but this is what we do. I would try to make sure that this can be. Let me play it first. Okay, good. Okay, now I'm gonna go here so that you guys can listen to it. Okay, I want you to see this slide so that way you can listen to the colorful nature of this music. Okay. Flavor, because you're the man of the hour. You got the power. You shower every hour. You hanging with Harry Beat, the man. One Stadio no Boncano. Anya Jobe. Oh, one another. Achaluka mwanyi mpapalo mebunu makane upata foma mpulu ewu Berede keja manike Kaskolo na mabudeke na bajoso Anechewe Ebakuda yire Ebakuda yire Masipa yire Mugambo Odio Pele Anya panye Manai makoro potamu Nire Mugambo Mbombo Anya panye Manai makoro potamu Nire I heard the sound, they get to goody. Every check I need local. I can't obey to get you in. Rest in peace, I'm local. All I need is to talk. Can you beat it? Come first class in Nemo, they one day they go cigar some bodo. I can't crack and a bum bum. Over like a nah, I know I come. When I'm mad and I think I know my niece will come. One can no bigger. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, what I'm saying basically, if you look at that masquerade, you're going to see one thing. You're going to see that there is a masquerade to the right. Did you guys hear the music? Was it good? Was it high quality? Was it okay? Please give me a thumbs up if the video sounded good. Please let me know. Give me a thumbs up if it sounded good. Or just type yes. It was clear. I just want to find out if the sound was clear on the video that I just played. Yes, I'm waiting to hear if it's clear so that way I'll know that yes, I achieved what I was trying to achieve. Or if it was cricket. Because I didn't like that cricket sound. Yeah, I'm trying to see if the sound was clear. Yep. Yeah, so those masquerades, that is what I'm talking about. Just imagine if that is done in a bigger scale in order to promote culture, to promote music in a much better venue than being outside or maybe this on a stage that's in a stadium. That is what I am talking about, that Anambra, Imo State, the neighboring states can generate huge amount of money for the country or for the and for the region by investing tremendously into all this stuff. So what I'm saying in essence is this: as a region, yes, we can do a lot. As a people, we can do marvelous. But at the same time, we need to invest huge into our community. So let me go back to what I was saying. And also, I got to change my. Okay. Let me make sure that. Let me make sure that the mic was good. That the mic plays really good. Okay, the mic is good. Okay. Let me also show. See. Okay, good. Oh, yeah. He did what I wanted. Okay, good. So, so what I was saying in essence is this, right? Let me go back to the presentation again. So Anambra and the neighboring state can generate a lot through the dance, through the colorful culture that we have, dance, masquerade, and celebration. Symphony and opera house can be used in display. That's in displaying those cultural traits that the state and its Igbo culture is known for. So when we build a venue like this, right, we can use this kind of venue to actually replicate for this. We don't really, but we can also have, like, if people want to do symphony and opera, they are welcome. They can do that. They can do that because there are Nigerians that have been to international destinations a lot that are also exposed to symphony and opera. And even when you bring it to the local culture, yes, people will accept it because it's a new thing. These venues can serve as hosts to music festivals, drama, traditional lectures, and cultural integration. This is what I want to focus on. Traditional lectures is one thing, lectures are one of the things that we have lost our mind in. Most of our people are not taught traditional anymore. This is needed in our culture today to able to allow us not to lose our sense of culture. We have to teach our tradition. We have to bring in traditional cultures and also trying to integrate our culture into the life into our daily life because we are losing our culture. But our culture is beautiful. Some people do see it as oppressive, but not everybody. Most people see it as a beautiful thing. But in every culture, there are people that think that they don't want to be bound by any rules and regulation. They just want to do their thing, even to the detriment of society. They don't care. They just wired like that. It will also add to the architectural landscape of the city. Yes, this right here will be something like this will make a city look beautiful. It beautifies a city, it makes a city look gorgeous and great. And guess what? It's always good to have architectural appealing around your city. Your city has to have architectural appealing in it. These venues can also be source of revenue generation for the city as well as direct and indirect employment generation for the city and surrounding state. Yes, I've talked about this all through today and we all know this is the case. They will also be source of tax generation for both city and state. That's right, because people will come and spend money to buy things inside the symphony, inside those houses, because they're going to have restaurants and stores, and the state will also get certain amount of tax revenue from the hosting those from the venue, and as well as tax from the ticket that are sold. Okay, airline. A state with huge revenue generation like Lagos or a potential to become an economic superpower like Anambra State, airline is very necessary. State, the way that many people come to your state through international or local routes is airline. Airline is a major factor in transportation to a state, to a country. Without airline, it takes months to get to a state and country. But airline has made it to be in minutes or hours. Something that would take 2 months before has now converted to instead of 2 months of horse or 2 months of sheep, now it's converted to about roughly anywhere between 30 minutes of flight to 16 hours of flight or 17, which is the longest route recorded so far. So Anambra State recently has invested huge in the area of transportation with record indigens owning airliners. This is it right here. Air Peace is an Anambra transportation. It's owned by somebody by Onyema. That's Alan Onyema. That's his wife's name right there. But his name is Alan Onyema. Alan Onyema is the owner of Air Peace. He's a great Nigerian investor and the son of Anambra State, who through the industrial nature of Anambra State has invested heavily in air transportation, just like the people before him did in land transportation. He is now investing in air transportation. Anambra Airport, which is going to be on my next when I talk about transportation, will give you the basis and knowledge of air peace and how it came to be and everything and the requirement and the need for air transportation in Nigeria. I will discuss transportation in depth, and that's when I'm going to discuss a lot about airline. But for today, what I'm discussing is how air travel will help to bring people into Anambra State and the neighboring towns in the eastern Nigeria and also around Nigeria in terms of bringing guests and visitors to the state and country. Huge investment in air travel has also helped to reduce long drive and long commute from state to state in Nigeria. But with Anambra State and neighboring state developing their state, it will also help for these travelers to come into the state and spend money just like it's done in most international destinations like Dallas, Miami, in New York, um, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and the rest of them, and Atlanta. Yes, Anambra State needs to invest in road, railways, and even loop transportation. Railway is a massive transportation network that is good for city, especially a light railway. I will discuss on that on the next slide. Travel is a huge revenue generation for any state that wants to develop its hospitality. You cannot develop your hospitality or bring a revenue generation into your hospitality if you don't have means of transportation, especially air transportation. Air transportation, airport is about 30% means of transport to a city. DFW Airport in Dallas, which is Dallas Fort Worth, is very busy because of the amount of people that will travel 30 minutes or more of air transport to the city from various parts in the United States and international. These people come to this city for various reasons, anywhere from business and leisure. And when they do come, guess what? They will spend that money in the hospitality. Anambra should also invest in transport guide to direct visitors to destinations around the state. Yes, we have a lot of destination spots from Oka to Nnewi to Okija to Obunike to Oba to Ezinifite to Obiligbo and so many places. Umueri as the airport hub. These places in Anambra State, these destinations have a lot of archaeological sites that people can travel to and enjoy their stay in Anambra State. But most of these things are unknown to people because Anambra State doesn't have the travel guides. With travel guides, Anambra State can be able to direct visitors to all these destinations. And when these visitors go there, guess what they do? They will spend money in the local economy. And when they spend money in the local economy, then they will be able to create jobs in those local economy. When they create jobs in those local economy, they will then be able to create revenue. And the people that are paid, those workers in those local economy that the visitation by these travelers is generating revenue for will be paid for their jobs done, and they will spend the same money that they earn into the local economy as well. So it becomes a cycle. And that's how currency flows. Travel revenue generation can only be possible after the state has made security around Anambra State guaranteed. Anambra has a security problem, which, like most places, do have security. Even Dallas has security problem. But we have to up our game in curbing security issue. I won't say much about it because the state is doing its job, and security is a problem around the world. It's not just one place, but Nigeria and Anambra State have to improve their security. Security issue in Nigeria is as a cause of lack of jobs. We all know the solution to that, and that is why I'm doing this presentation. I'm doing this podcast to create jobs, because jobs will reduce security issue. Then this is travel. Anambra State needs to. That's to what that's. I skipped the other slide, and that's the railway discussion because I want to cover it here. Anambra State needs to invest in roads, railway, and even loop transportation. Yes, I said that earlier. Travel is a huge revenue generation for any state that wants to develop its hospitality. Means of transportation, traveling around the state, going from one place to another, being able to visit locations is the only means. One of the means, not only means, one of the means that a state can generate huge revenue and be able to keep a lot of people employed. Railway can be an easy transportation link through Anambra Airport and major cities and towns and universities in the state. Railway has to touch every single town in Anambra State or major towns in Anambra State. Because with this railway, people can go to destinations where they can be able to see all these things that I've been discussing. The need for railway is vast in Anambra State. Anambra universities are as well have to be touched by these railways because there are universities in Anambra State. Transportation for students using railway is necessary because most students love to use railway. Even when I travel to the West, even in London, when I will go to London, I see a lot of students in all these universities making use of rail system because it's the cheapest means of transportation. Rail transportation is very safe for commuters as well. It's very, very safe. It's the cheapest means of transportation and it's very, very safe. Advantage of railways are as follows. Local carbon footprint. When you have railway, you take a lot of people off the street, thereby reducing the footprint. That's carbon footprint. Less vehicles on the highways for better road sustainability and cheap transport fare. So each railway that each 1 hour commute takes almost in a major city takes almost close to 4,000 to 5,000 cars off the street, and mostly off the interstates or off the express road. By reducing the amount of vehicles that are exposed to the express road, number one, you're saving lives. You also making the road, that's making the road network, which is the express roads, to last longer. Rail light can have direct stops at popular destinations like stadium. Yes, you can also use it as a means of transportation to stadiums. Like I said, popular areas need railways to go through it. So that is the end of the slide. I didn't put that's the end. I should have put it, but next time I will. So that's the end of the slide. So I am very, very happy that you guys tuned in today. I didn't know that this is going to go for 2 hours, 30 minutes. I thought it was just going to be a 1 hour thing or 1 hour, 30 minute thing. Then I can bring individuals for conversation. But if you want to be part of this, if you want to have maybe like a 10 minutes conversation with me, you want to come up, please, I'm posting the link. You can click the link and come up. You don't have to show your face. We can just have maybe like a 5-10 minutes conversation of what I did. Like if you want to, like, say hi to me, or maybe have a conversation about this presentation and what you think, you want to give any 1 or 2 contribution, I'll be up for the next 5 to 10 minutes, and you can click on the link below. the link that on the link on the chat, and then just come on, come on. You don't have to have your camera on. You don't have to have your camera on, but you can just say one or few things, you know. But like I said, there are many ways that we can generate our economy. We can make economics very vital, not just in Nigeria, but outside Nigeria, because and what I'm discussing right now is mostly Nigeria, right? Anambra, that's Eastern Nigeria and Nigeria. But in the near future, in few weeks to come, I'm going to also get into businesses of that's businesses in the United States among black community. What black community in the US is doing wrong in terms of business. So what I'm trying to do basically is to uh Godlinia, how you doing?
Hello, hello,
I'm glad you're
hello.
watching. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. If you turn off your YouTube,
yeah.
right?
I've turned it off anyway.
Okay, good.
I've
Okay, good. Okay.
yeah. I've been listening to you, but most of the time I'm very very busy, so I couldn't.
That's okay. That's
Yeah,
okay.
but what you are talking about is a game changer. If we are going to, I'm still coordinating for those that will listen later on anyway. My name is Codrinya. I'm based in London. Passionate about Onitsha as a city.
Yes.
That's the place I grew up anyway. Um,
Yes.
what you are talking about Onitsha hospitalities is a game changer if we can harness it. Because of time, I would have given you a lot of little things we can do. It's not actually big things we can do. Even some of
Hmm.
them you have mentioned them, but let me give you an example. Onitsha or Anambra State, we
Yes.
have a New Yams Festival, which most of
Hmm.
these towns do. So what the government need to do is basically to get um, uh, um, 4 or 5 towns, group them together to have a mega New Yam Festival. Like Onitsha, Obosi, Oba, those neighboring area will have they will have their individual one, but they will have like a 5 mega one around the state. Let me use Onitsha for instance. So they will use that to actually to sell Onitsha because Onitsha become a product. You need to start to sell it to the people. You have to organize a big, massive event which will draw the attention of people. So by so doing, you have already mapped out the calendar, so annual calendar of those events. There are many of them, but I just use New Yam Festival and the Ofala Festival and the Onitsha Carnival. So you also have like Onitsha Marathon.
But
And
to make that possible, that's why a stadium needs to be built. You see, a stadium doesn't have to be built by the state. There one or two people that are billionaires can own a sports team in Anambra State and
yeah,
situate the stadium right by the River Niger. And guess
yeah,
what? This thing can be done at that stadium, a
yeah.
big stadium that can occupy 80,000 people.
I'm actually coming to that, but I don't know if I will. Yeah, I stadium will be built, but on that, inculcating everything, entertainment, sports, everything. Yeah, my own idea about that is sports on its own will actually generate billions of um, uh, dollars to the state. If you talk about stadium, what the state need to do, especially on each area, is all those layouts or areas in Onitsha, like Awada, should have people should uh, map the government and the people should map out an area and build a mini stadium It should not be a bigger one. So they will have one in Awada, which Awada stroke Ugwaba. So they will have one in Mpo, built by the people. They will contribute to build it. It will be by share basis.
That's in order to raise local talents. So
Thank
these
you.
things will
So
raise local talents. Yeah.
they will have one in Mpo. They will have one in Ogidi. They will have one in Transinkisi. They will have one in Fege, one in Onitsha. They will also have one in Okpoko or two in Okpoko. So they will now have those mini stadiums will now form the nucleus of what they are going to achieve. Now they will start sports events that is local for that area. One, football. They will have swimming competition. They will have table tennis. They will have also race like marathon, 100-meter race, and all those things. Now, in that stadium, businesses will be inculcated in it. Like each of these stadium will at least have like 20 to 30 swimming slots. Swimming pools should be established on it. Swimming pool is one of gold mine in Onitsha because you don't have swimming pools in
People are
many
hot.
places. People are very hot. So there's one hotel, Soprom. Soprom is in 33 area.
Yes.
They make a hell of money from swimming pool there because every time I've forgotten how much they charge. That's one of the things I was suggesting, that if they can build near the shop, right, Onitsha Mall, like 50 swimming pool, that money they will generate there a year will be massive. So now you build tourism around those mini stadiums, so that will sustain it. So now when you now do that, you now form a local league. Just use the businessmen. All these markets, they have to form a league. So the government will and the individuals will start to market these things with the corporate organization. They will start to market it in a way that suddenly the sponsors will take slots of these things. So something like a price of 1 million, 2 million. But what the government will gain in the short and long term is basically harnessing the talents. And one of the things is that those talents will be paid. Government will have the right over them.
That's right.
Yeah, right over them. So when any club, because a lot of clubs will send scouts to come for those talents. Now the government, Nambra state government, or the city of Onitsha Metropolitan, or the people, the organizers, will now start to actually bring in hard currency to the state or to Onitsha as a metropolitan city. So that's one of them. I got a lot of things to input. These are little things we can do on our own, because I know that a lot of projects in let me give churches, people donate and build houses that are have they needed. So when it comes to the economy, it seems that nobody is motivating people to do these things. So Onitsha has, I was just looking
The
as we
reason
are
why
talking.
the reason why, go ahead. Finish that thought.
Yeah,
Finish it.
as you are talking, I was seeing what Soludo is trying to do. Like I think the other time we talked, since that time Soludo have actually, I think, or the government has started moving, because these things we are saying, they are actually listening. Since that time,
I think they're
Onitsha,
listening. I think
yeah,
so.
he has moved to Onitsha, and he has gone to that hotel. Remember, I mentioned Onitsha abandoned Onitsha 5-star hotel. He went at the back of that hotel. Remember, he been a year in power, but none of his commissioners actually put pressure. Anybody raised on this. But as soon as we talked about that, the potential of that area, he went there and watched exactly what I said. Remember, I said about how the land was allocated to property developers. He was looking at that and he commented. You know what he said? He said that the land was illegally acquired. So
That's
most of
right.
them has to be removed.
Mhm.
If it's illegally acquired, so that place will be expanded and bring about billions of money to the
Mhm.
state or the city, and help
Mhm.
to resuscitate this city. And
Mhm.
today, as you are talking, I was just looking at what they just brought out. I
Mhm.
was commenting also about the new city they need to build near this Idemili to Obaru, the new
Yes.
Onitsha.
The new Onitsha. That's what I've been presenting as well.
Thank you very much. You will see that they have brought in what they've been thinking about that area. You will see it on the news already. You will see it
Good,
new
good, good,
Onitsha.
good.
When you go to the Facebook and just put new Onitsha, you will see what they are planning. Because I was
Good.
saying there is no point of building these residential areas if you
Yes.
don't build something that generate the economy.
That's right.
When you generate the economy, people start demanding for houses.
Mm-hmm.
So that's exactly what they are planning. You see how they map out that place. I was so impressed. If they can carry this thing out, I'm telling
They
you,
will. You know
nobody will
what?
be talking about any other place except that place, because the economy of Nigeria is moving down to Delta, Anambra, to River State.
Mm-hmm.
That's what exactly
Yes,
will
that's
happen
where it's
in
moving
next
to now.
10 to
Tw-
20 years.
That's right. In the next 20
Yeah,
years, that's what is going to happen.
what was stopping it before will eventually give way, because what
Mm-hmm.
is happening is that it's the private sector that drives any economy. So the private sector need just a little hand from the government by issue of policies. So, but what is going to do this thing is because Nigeria as a country is collapsing because of it was based on feeding bottle economy, whereby people rush to Abuja, neglecting the gold mine that is on their feet. So, what I was saying, let me not be dragged out from what I'm saying anyway. But what I'm saying
Oh, keep
concerning
talking. No,
Onitsha,
keep talking. Keep talking. That's fine. Keep
yeah,
talking. Go ahead.
Onitsha
People. There are people
is
listening to you right now. There are people listening
yes,
to you. Keep talking.
Onitsha is completely going to come back to life. And why it's going to come back to life is the determination of some people that are being moved by the passion to get things done. Some of them are actually investing in Saba, but a lot of them will eventually come up. You will see before the end of this year, you see a lot of changes, and the government is beginning to respond to the
Mm-hmm.
yearnings of people.
Yes.
But from the before the end of this year and the years to come, you will see a lot of changes. So I do believe the hospitality will eventually be the
Catch up.
mainstay of
Yeah.
Onitsha.
Mm-hmm.
I was discussing in one forum the other day, some months ago. I was talking about that area of Idemili,
Mm-hmm.
saying that they should have like a Cubana arena. A Cubana arena will be a partnership with private investors, including Cubana.
I will discuss that with him. I will
Yeah,
discuss that with him.
Cubana arena. That
Mhm.
Cubana arena
Actually, I was with him
is
in Nigeria. I was with him I was in his house last 3 Sundays, and we were talking, and I was trying to give him some idea, but the way I
yes,
just left him alone. But I know we'll
yes,
discuss something like that in the
yes.
future
So
because he doesn't have any presence in Anambra State.
yes, that Cubana arena will be a massive game changer. It will
Mhm.
use the Anambra will partner with him and other individuals. They will build something that has never been seen in Nigeria.
I'm telling you,
Where,
it's coming.
yeah,
It's coming.
basically, they will build that expanse of land, will be turned into a Cubana arena with other companies also coming.
Hmm.
So basically, what will happen there is this: you have a five-star hotel, you have entertainment hub,
Hmm.
entertainment stuff, and you have the industrial district. Although I saw that the government is thinking on that today, I just saw that. I think
Yes.
this evening they just brought it out, maybe.
Hmm.
So,
Hmm.
as I was saying, it's very important to use that Cubana, because Cubana is a name known already.
It's
So
a
the
big name.
government, Yeah, a big name in
I
entertainment
was
in
actually,
Nigeria. I think it's the biggest now in Nigeria.
I was telling him to go and license his name so that way people can know he just brush it off. I'm like,
Yes,
man, you're
yes,
gonna lose your name one day. He said a lot of people are using
yes,
it, but he hasn't done
yes,
anything yet.
yes.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
he has to do something about that. He has to have that entertainment that arena where there's malls. A lot of things will be there. So now people will be visiting there. I could remember last some years back, Davido. You know this musician called Davido,
Davido, yeah.
Davido or Davido, I don't know. He
Davido, yeah.
visited Onitsha.
Davido. Mm-hmm.
Yes, something like 30,000 people swarmed into Onitsha. Can you believe they can't find a place where
They
they can
can't.
host him? Onitsha was shut down on that day.
Mm-hmm.
They blocked the roads everywhere. They were trying to do it in Onitsha Mall. Can you believe that if Onitsha Mall was planned, if
It would have
Obi
been
was
massive.
thinking big enough to plan that as a bigger building instead of that they built there, it would have a massive game changer. So they
Mm-hmm.
couldn't find a place. People were being chased away. Something like 30 or 40,000 people, swamp into Onitsha. I don't know about the other people in Onitsha, but people from outside Onitsha came.
Mm-hmm.
So so just because he came in for something, and there are a lot of things we can actually harness. We have this August meeting they are doing. August
Oh,
meeting, the
don't
women.
know, boy. That is supposed to be a whole Christmas on its own.
That's
That
exactly.
that's
We have.
that August meeting tells you how backward we are when it comes
Yes,
to developing
yes,
our culture.
yes, yes,
Because that August meeting, if we develop our culture, August meeting is like Thanksgiving in America or Christmas
yes,
in the West.
yes, yes.
Yeah,
So
continue.
yeah, so there are a lot of things. When Obiano was in power, he
Mm-hmm.
used the Obunike cave as a campaign tool. That even that he has signed a contract with a big company that they are coming to develop that place into a mega place. So when he was talking, I looked at him. I know that this guy doesn't mean anything he's talking. He's just talking. That Obunike cave would have been also a gold mine for Onitsha metropolitan area, because what he would have done is just to develop a hotel there and
Mm-hmm.
develop convention area, recreation area, and modernize the cave itself to
Mm-hmm.
make it secure. And all those land speculators that are portioning the land there, the government should move in and just stop them. So that's exactly, these are gold mine waiting. That's gold mine. So
That's a
that's
big
gold
gold
mine.
mine. That's a very
Gold
big gold
mine,
mine.
Anambra State. So
Because
people want to go there.
like I was discussing with some people that are from Obunike. I told them that, do you know how many hotels you guys are supposed to have around that Obunike cave? The
Yes,
kind of entertainment, hospitality, and leisure that you're supposed to have around that cave.
yes,
That is a
yes,
natural cave. What about the
yes,
even if you go just to Enugu, you remember the
yes,
twin tree, right? That twin tree
yes,
that has been
yes,
around for
yes,
about 12,000 years or more. That's a
yes,
big. If Anambra State has
yes.
so
So
many ancient sites that people can go and visit, so many archaeological
yes,
sites to go and visit. We are not exploring any of these.
yes. So I do believe that what we need to do in the short term, what we need to do in the short term is there, and the one we'll do in the long term is there. We can in the short term get some of these already hotels in Onitsha metropolitan area, to get them put like in a format that on all those tourism like start marketing them tourism in Anambra State and give them the standard expected of them. So most of them will be the same standard so not cutting any corners or something. So, and make sure their services are top notch. And also those that are their buildings are not archaic, doesn't look nice, should the government will give them time to modernize their house, their hotels, and put something that uh, peculiar to Onitsha and Anambra State, something that will attract the people. So the government will now, with a private individual, will start selling those hotels as a place of realization. So these are short-term measures they need to put in place that will go a long way to this thing. But in the long term, we need to build better hotels. What we got, a place like Onitsha has no five-star hotel, so there are room for
It's two
massive.
star, no 5 star. It's 2 star.
Yeah.
There is no
So
5 star in the whole of Nigeria.
yeah, anyway, yeah, that's true. But I'm talking about Nigerian standard, the ones they call five-star. So
Oh,
in Nigeria,
okay.
it's not actually five-star, but
It's not
yeah,
5 star.
yeah. But what they need to do is to get going, like in that area of Onitsha Mall. This guy from Oroku I have also a sixth floor hotel. I don't know why he abandoned it. Plus that one, Onitsha Resort Hotels, the one that was abandoned as well. So the
Mhm.
one that Soludo visited on Thursday, we
Oh,
discussed
okay.
before then. I know Soludo visited that place.
Mm-hmm.
After listening to that, I think some of them listened to that and suddenly remembered that that place is existing and they went. And he has to spend 2 days in Onitsha. Can you believe that? So if we can
Wow.
actually next time have this in a way that we can actually share it out. I shared that one out. I think I shared it out. I think maybe because of that they saw this. So that
Okay.
area,
You can share this one as well when we finish. You can share this one out as
yes,
well, so
yes.
that way
So
they can see.
yes. So that place will form the short term this in development of hospitality in Onitsha area before massive expansion of it. So that area, what they will need to do is that from that junction, that road, if you look at that road, it need although we try to make it double dual carriageway, but what they need to
Mm-hmm.
do is that to plant trees along that road. That
Mm-hmm.
park is called Park Lane or something. Park Lane.
Oh,
So Park
okay.
Lane. So they need to tidy up that area, especially
Mm-hmm.
the that nature mall to that two hotels that are there. So they now get people that will quickly put that hotel into use.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this thing will not last more than 6 months. Is accomplished. 6 months. You just because
That's
they
right.
have to have a timeline to
Mm-hmm.
start immediately. So the other
Mm-hmm.
private investor, they need to negotiate with him and see what is his problem. If it's money, if he's running out of money. But I had somebody told me that he building two in Asaba near the airport. That maybe that's why he abandoned that
Yeah.
one.
Oh. I forgot to
What's the
tell you.
what's the
When you go to that Asaba, right? When you
yeah,
go to Asaba right
yeah,
now, you'll be shocked. They
yeah,
have multiple hotels. I'm telling you, like
yes,
4 star hotels,
yeah,
3 star hotels. They
yes,
are building in huge number.
yes,
Like there is, especially the GRA. I was in the GRA when I went to
yeah,
my dad's funeral, right? At the GRA, they had almost 5 hotels
yeah,
that are under construction.
yes,
They
yes,
are very aggressive. And the reason why they're
yes,
doing this thing is because
yes,
Anambra State is not serious.
yes. Yes. So that man, somebody told me that he's the one building the two near the airport. So
Mm-hmm.
I haven't confirmed it yet, but I know that he has a lot of money. I think he's from Morocco. He has a lot of money. Um, so um, so the government has to negotiate with him and encourage him. If there is issue of finance, they will try to sort it out. If it's to just give him confidence that look, the investment will be. We are trying to turn this place into something like a Nollywood entertainment hub for that area. This is a short-term this thing that will not exceed more than
Mm-hmm.
6 months, 6 or 7
Mm-hmm.
months. So
Yeah.
it can be achieved. So now, as they are building that, they suddenly at the back of that hotel, they start putting like a lot of swimming pool, because that hotel
Mm-hmm.
already is I think more than 500 rooms on there, or 300 rooms, 500, I think, something like
That's a lot of
500.
rooms.
Yeah,
That's a
because
lot of rooms.
it's six floors or something.
Oh,
So both
okay.
of them are 6 floors, I think, 7
Yeah.
floors. So yeah. So now at the back of it, I had the governors talking about putting amusement parks and all those things. They listen to what we are talking about. That's exactly what I
Yeah.
was saying. So
Mm-hmm.
he now start to create a mini amusement park before they build the bigger ones. They
Yes.
now put swimming pool, something that is they will use it at the time being. This should not exceed 6 to 7 months. So now they now barricade that area and continue their project at the back, putting other things there. So they will need to build at that back a hall, indoor arena that can contain something like between 2 to 10,000 people. So in at the back of that place. So
Yes.
that place, they will need to use it for indoor those musical concert. A lot of things that are happening in Onitsha, they will need to use it at least within 6 to 7 months. This thing has to be done. So by having that timeline, people will now say these people are serious. You can see investors flooding it, because immediately you do this thing.
That's what I'm about to tell CBN right now. That's what I'm actually typing to him. That
Yeah,
Anambra citizens have the money to build
we
these
have the
things.
money.
They have
We
the
have the
money
money.
a lot. They have the money to build the whole of Anambra State to
Yeah.
international standard. They do have. Is the state with the richest per capita
Yes. Yes.
citizens. But the thing
Yes.
is this, right? They have to do it for foreign investors to come. They
That's
have to
exactly.
start it first. For
Yes.
like when I was talking about this in the earlier before you guys started coming in, right? Foreign investors will not come into your country to do anything if you don't show seriousness. You see what I'm saying? CBN is up. Okay, let me bring him in. Yeah. So if you don't show seriousness, right? Foreign investors are not going to come to invest in your country.
Yeah.
They will not, even when they come into your country and invest, they will see you as not serious. But if you invest in your country, right, first before that foreign investors, and the quality of your investment meet international standard, they will come to negotiate with you. And guess what they're going to do? They will come with respect and dignity for you.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
We don't asking all these questions because
Hmm.
if anyone know Nightel back then before it got
Yeah.
demolished,
Hmm.
my uncle, I lived under him in Victoria Island. His name is Mr. Akumi. He was the assistant chairman before he made a become the chair before the scandal took place. And I overheard him and the talk about different multiple projects they were trying to build. And I remember one of the first one was doing pushing the beach back further before they did the do a kitty project doing right now in Lagos Island. So when I'm hearing these conversations, I'm trying to scratch my head which one is my uncle connected with because he knows people in the hospital, he's working with them. And when I hear these things that first came to my mind, you're building these
Hmm.
things, how much are you getting back to make sure you not only build the economy, but you show people that there's something you can do here instead of just trying to rush outside the country because me and my field in the IT arena, I want to bring IT to Nigeria, but I can't do it yet until I have a certain established here first before I bring it over there.
Please don't wait. Please don't wait to bring it. You can bring it now. If I tell you
Okay.
investment that I have going on in Nigeria right now, right? I don't listen to what people are saying out there anymore. I
Okay.
don't. Because I got to tell you why you're here thinking. Do you know how many IT startups in Nigeria? Even Facebook
And
is in Nigeria.
I know, I heard about it.
What's his name? Microsoft is building the biggest Microsoft facility in Africa, in Lagos as we speak, not
I
far
heard about
from Dangote
the Silicon
headquarters.
Valley project. I was
Yeah,
told
the
two
silicon
countries
is
competing.
going on there. Yeah. So don't even wait for all these people that are lying to you.
No, I'm not waiting because here's my problem.
Mm,
My
mhm.
family, the Ayeni family and the Akiyomi family, something that I try to stay under the radar because it's personal
Mm-hmm.
family issue. Now, being in the field for 22 years and counting, I want to make sure when I come over there, I don't
Yeah.
wake up these people's ears and say, "Oh, Mr. Yellington, he's here." I don't. I'm trying to find a way how I can come over there without nobody knowing that I'm there. Work with him to work on what other part of the work, and let that thing flow without interference. Because when you come to these big families, you know how it is. No one want to
Yes.
mind their own business. They want to dip their hand in what you do. Because
Mm-hmm.
before, I want to do that almost a decade ago. And
Mm-hmm.
all my friends, oh, yeah, let's go do business. But I don't trust them. I'm not going to go to Nigeria and do business. I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
start something that will be more impactful. And this all I want to do is dip their hand.
Mm-hmm.
That is my concern. So the reason I have not made no attempt is because, one,
Mm-hmm.
I got too much family in Lagos. I got family in
Yes.
Oyo State. I got family in Osun State. And I don't want to let anybody find me out or see where I'm at. So that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Number two,
Mm-hmm.
I do have close friendship with Taiwo Shitu, who took over his father's
Oh,
business, the Lawrence Chicken Mall.
yes. Yes. Yes.
That's my
Somebody
classmate.
that knows him was actually I know a girl that knows them.
Yeah, but that boy is my classmate from Bapata.
Oh, okay.
That's how I know him. We're both the same set. Moving to Apata Memorial High School in the Solar Lagos.
Mm-hmm.
He told me his dream before he did what he did. And I make sure I told him, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna hold you to it. Better make sure you take go do what you did. He reached out
That's
to me
right.
more than a decade ago and told me he actually did what he did. That's why when I followed through, followed his website. When I'm proud of that, he took that car decision to a manufacturing plant, which I'm happy he did that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's my classmate right there. So I know who he is, and I'm glad he did what he did. So I'm rooting for
Mm-hmm.
him to continue to expand. Now, me on the other hand, what I do, company I'm working with, I don't want to say their name because for one, when it comes to Nigerian and IT, I want them to be the rival against all these big jobs that are happening from India.
That's right.
But to do so is to make sure you have people that have properly trained IT
Mm-hmm.
professional. And me with my 22 years, I was thinking either go there, dabble in business, or come out as a teacher, show them the do's and the don'ts, and show them the protocol based on certain level I've done so. Maybe bring a team. These are some of the things I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you say that building Silicon Valley right now in Nigeria, that is great, but still not enough.
That's right.
There's so many factors in there. Number one is cable splices for fiber optics. What is the government going to do concerning that? How are they investing? Now I know the Chinese have their hand in it too because I'm saying don't sleep on them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying everyone has to be careful when they do business. Make sure you watch your front, your back, left, and right.
You have to be, but at the same time, you also have to know that business is a risk. But you got to
And
still, you can only do so much. So you can only be so careful. But you too careful, you can invest. So careful,
and and
you,
and
you
that's
can
what
invest.
that's what I'm trying to avoid because one,
Yeah.
I'm trying to raise my capital from here before I jump over there. I got
Yes.
property in Nigeria that I cannot claim due to family issues that are worth a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing the Nigerian government when it comes to the Lord, I can trust them that if I can go back there, I can rightfully get my rightful heritage and use whatever capital is built up over time to invest in
Mm-hmm.
the business. So that's another thing I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to avoid. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
Yeah.
I spoke to my uncle 2 years ago. He told me, don't do the business, do it in Ghana. But I'm trying to understand why he would do such a thing.
Don't listen to him, please.
I'm trying to understand that.
I
That's the
know
one
why.
thing I confused.
Yeah, the reason why. Let me put it this way. There are a lot of people have done that before. There is this girl, the same girl that I was telling you about. She was telling me about one of the former deputy governor of Lagos State. I think it's Jerry Nambode. So the guy wanted to invest into technology, into this thing startup in Nigeria for tech. So they frustrated the guy so much. The guy got mad and left Nigeria and went to Ghana and did the startup. So I told her, why did he have to go to Ghana? There are other states in Nigeria, like Anambra State, other states that he could have gone, take that company there, and they would have welcomed him with an open arm because it's tech. You know what she told me? She's like, for some reason, we that grew up in Lagos, whenever we can't do something in Lagos, we're out of Nigeria. We always forget that we could have done the same thing somewhere in Nigeria. They have this nice mindset. Even if you go to Abuja, you could have started tech. They have this mindset in Nigeria that if you can't work in Lagos, it can't work anywhere. It's overseas or outside the country. Yes, you can do it in Anambra State with open arm. In fact, Anambra right now, that is one of the reasons why I'm pushing out this tape. Like Cordelia will tell you too. Anambra right now is hugely in search of tech companies to move out there. They are ready for anybody to come. And they will be behind you, solely behind you with with government help. They will make it happen because especially the current governor of Anambra State is the former Central Bank Nigerian governor. So that guy is advertising seriously because he wants to make Anambra State a tech hub by the end of his administration so that he can have something in hand to run for second term. Because in Anambra State, you cannot bribe your way to an election. You can't. You can't even use political talks. It's the only
That is
state in
that's good.
Nigeria that you cannot use political talk
That's
during
good
your
to
election.
understand. And we don't saying this to this.
Yeah.
A few years ago, before I end my contract working for MTA, MTA is one of the biggest transit hub, the biggest transit hub in New York City. I have three of my colleagues who I work with came together and start a business. One of them reached out to me and asked me if I can link him up with any government official in Nigeria, in my country, do business. And I'm not going to just link this to anybody. I know too many people in the tech industry. What we do over the course of my experience in my career. Now, I don't want to just bring this to anybody. Say, let's go and do business in my country and not know what their hidden agenda is. You know what I'm saying? Because when it comes to in tech, and who I've been invested in for so long in this career, you want to make sure you bring the right people to the table, knowing that they're here for the long haul. They're not here for when they find a little quick loophole to just pull out and take their back and get. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to be here for the long haul. If I'm coming to Nigeria to do something big, I'm going to do something big. This is why I'm trying to use my channel as a forefront, let them know what I'm really all about. You have seen my channel. You see what I'm trying to do there. You see what I'm trying to educate them. I'm trying to give people insight what's going on. Working in the private sector and the public sector in the US in IT, you learn a lot of things you can do, you cannot do. Exactly. What can I take from here and take it over there and implement? If I want to do something, who can I take with me in different areas? Because in IT, I cannot do all by myself. I can show people how to run the office, how to maintain, how to show, I can do all those things, how to delegate. I can do that there. I need someone on the back end who can deal with the cable, can deal with the server, can deal with the network, can do with all the other things. It's like a team. Okay, I'm glad you're telling me this, so this way I know if I were to come to Lagos, I don't have to just stay. Like I could go to another state, and I
You
can
can
do
go
it.
to another state in a heartbeat. In fact, if you want to come to Anambra State, in CBN, my house is ready for you. If you, we can host you, you can stay at my hometown in Oba, right, at my place, and you'll be fine. You can stay for months, man. You can stay as long as you want to stay. You're not even going to pay rent. Just stay,
Oh,
and do
that's
your
understandable because
whenever you want, whenever you finish what you're doing, you can, in fact, you can actually use my place as your launching pad to launch your business in Onitsha, right? Because my hometown, I'm from Oba. Let me show you my hometown. Look at it right here. Let me show you my hometown. So this is Onitsha, right? So you can
mhm,
actually start a business anywhere here. So what we're trying to do is to bring any tech person has to come on this side. That's what I'm trying to work out with the governor of Anambra State to bring tech industries here. You see this area close to the water,
mhm,
so that way they will have a huge presence because this is going to be cleaned up. They will clean this up. So this is my hometown right here. So it's Civil Onitsha, right?
mhm.
Just if you take this is people coming in from Lagos. They usually take this bridge or this bridge. This bridge is almost concluded. It's going to open by in next week. It's going to be free for people to start coming in. So if you take this bridge, you got to go all the way here, then to go to my hometown. This is my hometown right here, Oba. You see how close it is to Onitsha.
I
Or you
see.
can take the new bridge now. If you take the new bridge, it comes out, it just goes straight to my hometown. So if you get here, you just take this loop. This is my hometown. And this is my house, right? Is somewhere here. My house is in between, is right here. This is where my family house is, right here. You see? So
Mm.
it's just that close. We are that close. So so from my house to this place, right? It's only about 20 minutes drive and it's only 7 miles away. 9 miles, I'm sorry, 9 miles away. That's it. Only 9 miles. It's that close. So what I'm trying to tell people is this, right? If you cannot do business in Lagos, come to Anambra State. I'm telling you for real. No problem, no red tape. Anambra has taken away every red tape. In fact, if you buy a land in Anambra today, right, excuse me, within 7 business days, you should get all your your CFO. 7 days. If you don't get it 7 days, call the governor's office. It's that quick.
I'm glad you're telling me this because let me tell you something. What I was thinking of, it probably like a launch pad that will not only impact the educational industry of Nigeria, but
Hmm.
it will create a new generation of people parking trade because all these big companies coming from India, they gain multiple
Hmm.
international contracts in the US and they kind of travel all over the world. And I
Yes.
don't like the fact that my own people are not competing with them. When you work with these companies, there's a couple
Hmm.
of Nigerian IT specialists that I've come across. They're as good as I am or even better. But we have to
That's
work
right.
3 or 5 times harder to prove our worth.
That's right. You have to. You have to. But the thing is this, right? You have to also look at it this way. Lagos is very small. Like I'm telling
I,
people,
no, I already know that. I already know that was more. It's been.
it's too small. It's too
I
small for
grew.
people
I
to do
grew up in
investment
Victoria
there.
Island, and I grew up in Motion. I have two
Mm-hmm.
families. My father's family is I was staying in Victoria Island. My mother's side of
Mm-hmm.
the family was staying in Motion. I went to
Mm-hmm.
school in Solo. I've been almost
Mm-hmm.
all over Lagos. So now,
Yes.
as a teen, I was there for like 7 years.
Yes.
I
Let
was
me.
there doing I was there doing the falling out when they had with the military police. And I was
Mm-hmm.
there during that time it happened. I've
Yes.
seen it all.
Yes. Let me bring Cordeline. Are you there? I want to bring Cordeline. Let me ask him a question.
Yeah,
Cordeline,
I'm still there. Yes.
CBN is talking about tech in Lagos. The problem, because he's not the only one that have told me this about having to start and do a tech startup in Lagos and they having difficulties. As far as 2 years ago, I think it's right after COVID, I was talking to somebody about moving tech to Anambra State, telling them that Anambra State in the last, I would say since P2B, has been very conducive for businesses to move in. But for some reason, the government is not promoting businesses moving into the state enough. That is what this channel is all about. This channel is about encouraging business, especially in the tech industry, logistics, and also other various white collar and blue collar jobs to move into Anambra State because of the land mass and land connection to other states. So CBN is talking about the scarcity, that's the non-advertisement by state like Anambra State that is not telling them that, hey, if you can establish in Lagos, come to Anambra State. What can you tell us that a tech company, like what can a tech company go about, or what can you tell us about the easiness for a tech company to start in Anambra State? Please go ahead.
Um, One of the advantage Anambra will offer you is basically that you will have less competitors at the moment. So you not only less competitors, the amount of renting a place is quite cheaper in Anambra State compared to Lagos, and because of I think the government new drive of talking about new businesses, trying to tidy up the state. I think it will actually they will actually welcome you with open hands, and a lot of tax incentives might be given to you if you are actually ready to establish in that place. So, and don't be surprised that some of this the offices might be given to you even as well, which you might not get in Lagos, where it's so competitive and a lot. So, and you can actually be getting a lot of this thing from the government as well. And there are a lot of win-win situation for any coming person to the states, because it's like a virgin area that you will be one of the first people that will actually get the whole thing. And with the fiber optics, I think Soludo is pursuing. I think before the end of the year, I think most of them must have been completed, because I heard from them that they have gone far on it. So a lot of companies are coming, but the only thing is that because the government is not advertising much. They are not they are not marketing the state how aggressively, how like a product, like you have a new product in the market, you need to market it in a way that aggressively, so that people that have false narrative about that city or that area will actually say, let me go and have a look. So the information war is massive. So that's why you have the state as a whole has to step up their gear to market the states. So marketing it is basically trying as much as to bring about those things that will encourage investors like you that's talking about this, just to show the state how the state is, and the potentials, and what you are going to make from that state. I think if they do that, people like you will be much confident to get in there and do this thing. You know, the profits is in developing world, especially in Nigeria and especially in Onitsha, because Onitsha, with Delta State at the moment, including from Delta, let's say from Benin to River State, is more than the population of Lagos, and the landmass is huge. So, and the economy of Nigeria is basically shifting there. What is actually holding it at the moment is the prison situation of Nigeria. Once the whole thing, because of this oil is not a commodity that will help any country at the moment, so that will free Nigeria from that bondage. So you see that that area will attract a lot of what is happening in Delta, in Sabah, stroke Onitsha, is mind blowing. People have not seen it yet, but I think by ending of the year they will be seeing that the whole place has been turned into something else. So there are massive investment going on there, although it's not reported in Nigerian news because of, you can understand. But some of the people that, if you have been there recently, you can see that a place that there wasn't any structure, industries or something. You can see loads of them coming up at the same time. So, and with the liberalization of power generation, states now can actually generate power and target it to where they want to site businesses. Like most of these states in the east and in the southern Nigeria, and most of Nigeria will become viable because of this, because it's a federal bottleneck that has crippled most of these states. So I think that's what Soludo was talking about, that they are looking at generating power. And to generate power in Anambra State is so easy, because the resources is already there. The natural gas is one of the states that has so much natural gas. And with the Ibeto plant that is almost in production, they don't actually need to go far to use CNG this thing to produce electricity, gas. So I think in Omasi, They have a huge plant there. So so there are a lot of things that is that will be a comparative advantage compared to other
Yes.
area.
Yeah, CBN,
Cody,
you
I got
can
a
chip
question to
in.
ask. Cody,
Okay.
I got a question to ask. Okay, I'm glad you told me all
Okay.
these things. But I used to go to this guy channel, Guatemala, where he always go all over Africa and show things that I don't see on Nigerian news, but I see on the platform. And when you talk about generating power, the first thing that came to my mind is that I said it before I left Nigeria. If only Nigeria can get into solar panel, that would not only liberate their major issue of electricity, it will allow you to divert when you need the electrical grid that had Nigeria totally outdated and give them enough time to update it to catch up. Yet you can use natural gas to produce electricity. Has there been any building besides Anambra or anywhere else in the state have people have applied to have their home or the business they use solar panel yet? After this point,
Yes, they do have
Yeah.
it. They do that. But the thing about one problem with Nigeria is that the federal government has one policy that is crazy because they haven't really spent money in generate. Can you guys hear me very well?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. So they haven't really spent money, but they've stolen a lot of money in electrical generation. So what they are doing is that whenever a state has, I think it's at 2 megawatts or 3 megawatts, they want that state to connect to the national grid. So if you develop electricity that is 2 or 3 megawatts, right, they automatically ask you to connect your electricity to, even if you're a private investor, they still want you to do the same thing. They still want you to connect to the national grid so that way you support the national grid instead of generating electricity for your location. They want you to put it to the national grid, which is not good. It's actually hindering a lot of business in the states or
And
communities
and,
from
and that
actually
is
doing
something
good.
I'm looking at because here's the thing. I want you guys to understand something. There's a blessing when you a person working in IT. You meet a lot of people who are trying to take idea outside their country and expand upon it.
Mm.
The fact that I might have to make it as a campaign on my side, start looking for Nigerians who have worked in the solar industry and ask
Mm-hmm.
them questions. Would it be great that we can start something new in Nigeria because Ghana already started their own already to the point
Yes.
that I know the guy who doing the installation of solar panel in Ghana through Guatemala, and I found out the
Mm-hmm.
person who manufactured, which is kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that in Nigeria, and Nigeria have one of the most major cities to come to Napa, because I'm getting tired of hearing that word.
Mm-hmm.
I am 44 years old. I left Nigeria before I even turned 19. And to the day you try
Mm-hmm.
to hit Napa, that means you have a problem.
That's right.
And these things, it only you can know all the backlash I got over the years before they started exposing Nigeria. I've been telling people Nigeria need to change a long time ago. There's too much
Long time ago.
potential.
We, we, were,
Too much
we, were,
potential.
we were due to be changed yesterday. Not tomorrow, yesterday.
Yesterday,
And
yesterday.
that what I mean by yesterday means yesteryears.
You mean
Yesteryears.
yet a decade? Yet a decade.
Decades. Decades. Decades.
I left
We are
Nigeria
we are
around
50 years
19.
behind.
I
Go
left
ahead. Go ahead.
Nigeria till 1997. I have not stepped back ever since.
Wow, you
And to
don't know how
find out,
many. A
no,
lot has
and
changed, though.
I know a lot has changed, but the fact that they're still playing this game is what drives me insane. Because for one, I have met and know too many Nigerian doctors who could have just went back and established a new medical facility and show the next level. You could have done that.
That's right. That's
I
right.
met a lot of Nigerians to be in the field I am, to work in hospital, both public and private, to work with
Mm,
other industry, to work in fashion industry. I have
mhm,
worked with. If you go to my YouTube channel, you look at my LinkedIn profile. My resume is there. I don't lie about what I do.
mhm.
I'm not on YouTube to pretend to be something that I'm not.
Yes.
That's why I make my channel to be transparent. So if you go there, you
Yes.
see all my link. Get my LinkedIn profile. It will tell what
Mm,
I've done, what I really do.
mm,
And I
mhm,
want to take all my knowledge to take it back and do something great with it. But I want to make sure what I'm going to do with that, it will
mhm.
grow, will expand. I can pass it on to the next generation.
That's true.
That is my thought process. And I've been thinking
Mhm,
about it for years, but the thing I want to make sure I do things, but I'm going to have a blueprint in place before I just run there. I'm not gonna go there blind.
No, you
You a
won't.
bit, you a businessman. You understand? You can't just go there, but you have to have a blueprint.
Mhm.
What you want to do, how you want to execute it. At time change, I gotta change my plan around every now and then.
But what I got to tell you, CBN, is this: whatever you want to do, just wrap it up in place. And I got to tell you, I go to Nigeria 2, 3 times, 4 times a year.
I believe you.
Hey, you can join me, man. We can go to one
Oh,
of these
I
states.
believe you're not alone. I know a few people do the same exact thing, and I ask them, I
Yeah.
hope it's not putting a stress on your body.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. We go there
Yes.
because we have something. We have something that is needed to be done. We have something that
Yes.
we believe in, and we see the progress every day. There is a reason why I don't go to Lagos. I don't go to Lagos because whenever I go to Lagos, I lose confidence in Nigeria. I'm telling you for real.
You're not the only. You're not
But
the only
but
one.
every time I go to Abuja and Eastern Nigeria, I gain confidence. And the rest of Nigeria, I gain confidence. So, Cordeline, the question is, according to CBN, this is the question CBN has for you, Cordeline. Electricity issue that you were talking about. He's asking, what is the problem with the national grid? Or can people generate electricity independent of national grid to power the system? Is that the question, CBN? Okay.
That's totally correct because
Yes.
I
So,
see this
Colin,
as
that's the question.
Yeah. The policy the policy has actually changed over the years because but what bring a massive boost is Buhari government uh, some months ago finally signing to move from a exclusive list to concurrent list. What it means with exclusive list is where the federal government alone deal with electricity. But concurrent list is where the power is shared between state and the federal government. So,
Mhm.
and this is a lot of progressive-minded people have been talking about in Nigeria, but because people in power are not progressive, they because of the uh, you know the mindset is not based. They are not people that think about real economic development. So that's why they have not changed this over the years. But surprisingly, although Buhari hurt him, love him or hate him, he has done something that
He's done a lot.
yeah, he has done something that is although he did not do it quite early. Now he's going.
Hmm.
Somebody else will
Hmm.
take the glory for this. So,
Hmm.
but this thing he has done now, we actually liberate millions of people in Nigeria and the state. So what you just need is a state governor that actually take advantage of it and take it very quick, because the policy actually help you to generate power, and actually also you can also distribute it in your state. So what you need to do is basically to take advantage of that is to have like industrial parks. So you generate the power there and distribute it just that place. And in all those business districts, you just target the business districts, like in Onitsha, central business district in Onitsha, like from that old market road, new market road down to main market. Those areas target and give them 24-hour electricity. So they can actually start up like this booming solar energy that is something that is booming now in Nigeria. So they can
Hmm.
actually mount bigger solar this thing before they start bringing this CNG gas, because
Hmm.
Anambra has is fortunate to have eBay to investing on that. So we
Hmm.
have CNG gas that they can just bring in, and multiple of cylinders until they now lay the pipeline from the source. They can just bring
Hmm.
it in big cylinders and just power a huge business district or industrial, like industrial harbor in Onitsha. So that
Hmm.
industrial harbor as well, you can just help them cut down the cost of their electricity. The government is making money, and the people are making money, and there are a lot of employment created, and the money will be circulated in that area. So uh, I think it's better now than before, because a lot of houses are run solely on solar. I know a guy. A guy I was talking to the other time, he said it doesn't have anything to do with power holding company. That's the electric generating company. That all his house is run by solar. So I was impressed. He said most of them, that's what they are doing now.
That's what they're doing. Yes.
I'm
It's
glad
more,
I'm hearing that because
yeah.
I saw it through with the Maya channel, that one guy who first did it a couple years back. And a few years later, the guy who actually manufactured, because before, everywhere that they import their supply for solar panels from overseas, but they have one that manufactured on the continent. It's a big deal. It's a very, very big deal. And when we I'm saying this, everyone who live out in the US, you don't tend to get in. You gotta deal with Elon Musk. There's a guy who wants to spearhead the new generation of solar panel. It's a rooftop. And when I saw that when he made it a few years back, the first thing that came to my mind is, imagine how many homes in Nigeria that have that. And we put the
No, let
battery in a home. You know how much headache you don't destroy with that one alone?
that's right.
That not only will reduce the strain on it, you allow people to redo electrical grid and bring it up to date. Because it's outdated. That's the number one problem. If you can put, I did my calculation in my head. Get about at least 60 to 70% of all the home in Nigeria on solar panel. I promise you, the amount of productivity that will pick up on that country will be overboard. People are not going to be having time. If you can make a solar panel farm that you generate power for certain nearby city, you know
Oh,
how much
what we lack is that. Okay, let me tell you right now. Let me show you something. Right to this, this. You see this right here, right? Do you know that we can come here, just even at this back right here, right?
I
Convert
see it.
into wind energy, wind turbine. You can
That's
plant
correct.
about 10 wind turbine right here, just 10. Either this place, or you can put it right on this side, right? Wind turbine right on this side. That alone will power almost half of this entire area. Just 10 of those. One of whom I think is about 3 or 4 megawatts. Do you know what is 3 or 4 megawatts? I'm not talking about the small ones, the giant industrial sizes, right? Just 10 of those alone can power the whole of Onitsha. But I keep asking the question, why wouldn't they do that? And remember, not everybody will also connect on that wind turbine. A lot of people, even in Onitsha today, a lot of people connect to a solar panel. People are still going to have solar panel in their house, no matter
Yeah,
what.
yeah, that's it.
Like my
Because in the
street,
long term, is quite cheaper in the long term.
in the long term,
Yeah,
because
it's quite cheaper.
my street light in Oba is solar panel. If you just walk past, if you walk close to the pole, it turns on. And then this is how it turns on, right? But then after maybe 30 minutes, it turns off. When it senses person again, it turns on. It runs off of solar panel.
I've been animated by my country for so long. I spoke to people from my family. People think, you thinking? No, did what I do. I look at things in my own view of thinking. What can be played? What can be better? And I see too much potential, way too much.
There's
Solar
too
panel,
much potential. Too much
wind
potential.
turbine,
Too much potential.
the the road construction. I've been saying this for so long. When it comes to redoing the Nigerian road, it has to be done properly. It needs to be done in a way whereby it's it only require less maintenance and it lasts long. You have too
Actually,
many.
CBN, right? Not to cut you off. I think next week or next 2 weeks is the podcast for next week or next 2 weeks is infrastructure.
I'm gonna watch.
The
I'm gonna come and
whole
listen.
week the whole week will be infrastructure. And I
I will come
tell
and
you,
listen.
that is where I will want everybody to come on. I think it's going to be next week or next 2 weeks, but because I'm going to build the whole slide during the weekend. I'll take a whole weekend to build a slide because once this presentation starts, my brother, it's going to be huge.
I'm coming to listen
Infrastructure,
because
you see
I'm glad
those
I find
roads? I'm glad I found you too. You and I have been on panels, man. We've been on panels on YouTube for the past almost close to 6 months now. But I got to tell you that infrastructure. In fact, I want to invite a Trigger Mike, all of them, because that infrastructural development infrastructural presentation is going to be huge. We're going to
make sure
talk
you get
about quality of
make sure you
bridges.
get it to the other guy.
No,
Menopatise. His name is Ola, another
no.
Nigerian.
Okay, Ola. I think I talked to Ola on. We talked. I'm gonna maybe he can come on my. He's trying to invite me to his podcast. I'll go to his podcast because we have something to talk about family. Then I'll invite him to mine so we can talk about development. Guess what is going to happen, right? We are going to talk about infrastructure. What we're looking at right now. Then the roads, the bridges, the sewage, so many things. So many is infrastructural week and it's gonna be in depth. You see what I'm
I'm coming.
saying?
I'm coming to watch to take note because there's one thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make sure before my time in this earth is fitting that I do something big for Nigeria. I'm not gonna just sit back and watch.
That's
I've
right.
been trying to figure out how I'm going to go about it, and I've been working on my end to make sure I work on my foundation here,
That's
so I
right.
can take it over there. And
That's
then when I'm
right.
doing my YouTube channel, because you know what, let me be consistent on my YouTube channel. Let me show people what I'm all about, what I'm focused on.
And
Because
we can collaborate on it. We can all collaborate. So I can come to your channel, we can talk on this thing, and
mhm,
then we can collaborate a lot because I tell you, I would like us to push this. Like Cordeline just said, they are listening to us now. Me and Cordeline just had a conversation few days ago. It was
That's
last
correct.
week. Just last week, we talked about something. Guess what? The governor went to investigate what we talked about. Collier talked about it. Collier said this on this website. They are listening. And what he said, now they are on it. So we got to talk. We got to talk. Go ahead, Collier. Go ahead.
Yeah, they are listening because the wrong assumption we normally have is we tend to criticize them so much with actually offering a solution and keep on hammering on that solution. But some of the times when they are doing campaigns in Nigeria, it's not like in the Western world or developed countries, whereas somebody is completely prepared for what he want to achieve. What they do is that they go around, makes a lot of huge promises. They have not actually an idea even what to do, but they just say it just to convince the people. So when they get into power, instead of hitting the ball, running immediately, or hitting the ground running, what they do is that they start saying they are planning. They start planning again. They are still doing feasibility studies. So if you start doing feasibility studies, what were you doing before? What was your vision? Like me now, if you get me into Onitsha, I have the vision to turn Onitsha around, and I have the 6 months plan that can actually work within 6 months. The
Mm-hmm.
tidying up of Onitsha will not take me up to 6 months, but let me give it 6 months. So I have that in me, it is building in me. So how do you do that? I know already. So I don't need to start uh, doing feasibility study again because I know what to do. And I know that the people, immediately they see the progress happening, they will start following me. I will just use one street as an example. I'll just give them, this is what I want everywhere to look like. So I would just spend a week, we tidy up that street, uh, bring artificial trees, bring something, put there, and say this is the sample for what I need this place to look like. So now I now go about telling people how it is going to be done, and look, I'm going to use stick and carrots to pursue this. If we come to your area, if it's unkept, this is what we are going to do. We give you we will not actually give you some days to do that. We give you 1 day to tidy up. If you don't, this is what we are going to give back to the government as a penalty. So that's exactly once you do that, you see the people that you think they don't know what to do. They suddenly saw a leader they can trust, and the leader that knows his onions, and the person that have vision, and not only that he have vision, that is also have the ability to accomplish it. So that's the difference. So so the more we are hammering on the solution, we're bringing out those areas that have issues. We talk about it, spend like 10 minutes to talk about the problem, but spend like 3 hours hammering on the solution. You see them, they will copy it. They will not quote you gave them the idea, but you, and especially hammering on timeline for every of them. This one 3 months, this one 6 months. It can't be unending. It can't be unending. Yes.
Cody, what you
Yeah.
did this right now compared with one senator said a few years back. It did Nigeria have a new nickname, copy and paste.
Yeah, copy and paste. That's easily. Copy and paste.
Yeah, copy and paste.
Yeah. So what happened is that when you start talking about it and said, like I gave an example the other time about how we can turn the inner street in Onitsha. Most of them can be done within a year. A year or a year and a half or 2 years. That it can be accomplished, not even by the government, but by the people, because the money is there. The people are having the money. They don't know what to do, and they don't know what to do with the money to add value to their businesses or their houses or their investments. So now I bring out the vision and say, look, government, this is what we need to do. That within some of these streets will be accomplished within 6 months. Some of them 1 year, some of them 2 years. So now it's left with fewer major roads in the city. The major roads in the city are not many. There are few in number. So you just go to the bank and get the money and build all of them at once. So in Onitsha, the major roads in Onitsha are not more than 12. 12. Others are inner streets. Inner streets will be done by the people. So when you get the money, you build all of them at once, dualize the ones that you need to dualize, and you see the businesses flooding in. You see the property prices suddenly adding a lot of value on it. So, and the more taxes come to the government, the more revenue or something come to the government. So I think what we'll focus on more of the solution. We'll point out the areas that we are having an issue, but we now focus more on that solution. And once we do that, you can see them copying it immediately, and they start doing it. Like if we are talking about hospitals turning Onitsha into this thing, you can actually have a policy that all the layouts, they have to have their community hospital. It become a competition. In Anambra State, it can be accomplished. So all those layouts in Onitsha, you said, okay, you have built their layouts, but now the government policy says that there must be a hospital, one hospital, community hospital, a mini hospital in each of these layouts. So now, hospital and school, there must be. So an area that will be designated as a public high streets, where you can actually people goes to buy things. So that's the new policy of the government. Immediately you say that, you see all of them, they will try to comply to the government. So the government will give incentive for each area that actually comply within 6 or 1 year. So you can see economic development. There will be competition to develop every area. So or you can talk about planting of trees. Planting of trees, you make it a must. It's not something you'll be begging the people to plant. A must that 2 trees must be in front of your house. If we come and we don't see that, you can actually give them like this morianga. Morianga is something that can grow quickly, immediately, and it will not die. So you give them morianga, this thing, they will now plant it. But it's not only Morianga they will plant other trees, but you use that because you want within 6 months, there are trees everywhere, trees. So Morianga will solve the problem immediately because immediately you put it on the ground, within 6 months it's up already. So everywhere is full of trees. So now before you now start, mapping out area that raffle palms and all those exotic plants, you start telling the people that they need to plant these things. So this is not a rocket science. It's something that can be accomplished. It's something that is easy to do. Within 6 months, you see results. This one, you see the results. So I'm happy, Ekene, for you starting this. It's very huge. You don't know the impact you are making and you are going to make in nearest future if you continue on this.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop because I
Yes,
tell you, this is
yes,
something that started. This thought started in 2018 when I just like CBN. I stopped going to Nigeria for a long time after especially when my mom died. So I just stopped going. But then one day, I didn't know how much my dad became. Then I saw my dad's picture. I'm like, damn, I got to go see my dad. But my dad passed away earlier this year. But I'm glad that since 2018, I've been going to Nigeria often and often and often to spend time with him. And I cherish every single time I spent before he passed. But when I got to Nigeria in 2018, this is where I was. As soon as I thought it was going to change. I thought things were going to change. And I was seriously looking forward. And this is what happened. When I came from Lagos, right? I just came right here. When my car came close to this place, because I took land transportation. I started looking here. I'm like, wow, it's worse. As I was approaching, right, I was seeing because you can see Onitsha from here.
yeah,
Because this is so when I came here and went over this bridge, right, I was pissed.
yeah,
I was like, this is worse than I actually left almost 17 years and 16 years earlier.
yeah,
From that day, I started saying to myself, what will I do so that this place can change? Last year, I dabbled into Kevin Samuel's YouTube program. Then I liked Kevin Samuel's YouTube program. That was right. Because during the pandemic, I came across it during the pandemic, but it wasn't my thing because that is I was doing some architecture and some this in some AutoCAD, not AutoCAD. I was doing some CATIA V5 engineering design program. So I was more interested in the programming. Then last year, once after Kevin Samuel died, I was like, wow, so this guy died. Then I went and listened to his show and I liked what he was saying. But I wanted to discuss the business aspect. So I talked about the business aspect. People weren't really paying attention. Then I went to talk about the family. I said, no, no, no. I can go to the family program like PIF Network and talk about the culture, but I want to structure this to be business. So I came back. I reprogrammed my YouTube channel to be nothing but business and development of Nigerian and Eastern Nigerian and every part of Nigeria and Africa. That's why I said to myself, no, I have to go back and study and concentrate on our development of our country. You see, so that is why I'm doing this. It's not going to stop at all. Uh, yes, I'm a businessman, but a tree cannot make a forest.
no,
If I if Nigeria has become where it is, I don't have to do this. But my businesses in Nigeria cannot thrive if Nigeria doesn't have the economy to support it.
yes,
No, none of our business will thrive if we don't have the economy to support it. How do our business thrive? We have to build that economy.
totally.
And building the economy means a lot of people have to put their hands on it. That is why today Now I am doing this, bringing as much people as I can bring, and in the future to bring more business people to come and talk about area of development in Nigeria. Excuse me. This is not going to be just about Eastern Nigeria. This is going to be about the whole country. The
Eventually.
reason why I'm talking about eventually, the reason why I'm talking about Eastern Nigeria is because it is the place in Nigeria that needs the immediate attention. And
That's
once
true.
it's done, the whole country will change. Because where goes Lagos and Onitsha is where goes the entire economy. These are the
That's
two
enough.
strongest economy in Nigeria,
That's
Lagos
enough.
and Onitsha. What makes Lagos $16 billion economy is because Lagos is where the seaport is. What
Facts.
makes Onitsha a $5 billion economy is that Onitsha is where the business is. But these two states can actually become a, a $500 billion economy each in the next 15 years if they can play their game right. Lagos is a 16 billion economy. That's not where it's supposed to be. Lagos is supposed to be a $1 trillion economy by now.
Yeah.
But the reason why is that Lagos has not figured itself out. There is a lot of things that can be done in Lagos to turn it into a massive economy.
Yeah.
But I want to discuss those things that Lagos is lacking in Onitsha. Because I'm from that area, if Onitsha economy becomes big to the point of overtaking Lagos, Lagos will accelerate with full speed.
That's
And because they can go at each other, and when there is competition, guess who win? Business win.
That is true. That is very, very true.
I'm actually, I'm
I'm
actually.
glad you said that about like I saw that plenty of time living there. It's funny when you look at Lagos with a different type of lens.
Mhm.
And you look at things what could have been here, what could have been done different here, what could have been implemented here. It gets to a point where you have to ask yourself, why have you people have not seen what you see yet? Because the thing when you watch more Kevin Time, where I was doing that, but I was watching what in mind for the past 3 to 4 years.
Mhm.
And I had to watch all his past videos. Then I came across two Nigerian siblings with bachelor's degrees from a public school decided to come there and they won the number one thing that has so much potential is plastic.
Mhm.
Imagine they did something that I said a year ago could have been done when they paid my mind. They took it out of their own. How would I explain this? These people, these two siblings, came to Lagos, picking up plastic from the gutter,
Mhm.
melting it, and trying to recycle it.
Mhm.
Got to the point whereby they got a huge department of plastic. The other plastic company want to move their business to
Oh
Lagos
yeah.
because of their
Mhm.
resource. And when I
Yeah.
saw that, I said, this could have been
This
done a
is
decade ago.
that's right. And they open the waste management, and they are making money, and they are taking some of those management product byproducts to companies to do recycle and also
But know the
melt
best part about it? They had the local who look for the plastic for them. They pay them for this.
every
They
day.
they create a business for themselves that is very lucrative.
Okay, let me also tell you something that you have to understand. Do you know that the plastic that are found in Lagos, right, and around Nigeria, the plastics can be used to build, the fitting of the inside of the plane of the fuselage, right? You see the fuselage, right? You see that plastic that goes all around it, right? You can manufacture that in Nigeria. In fact, you can use that to build a lot of furnitures in Nigeria just by melting those things. You can use it to do, in fact, you can use it for things that are fittings that go in hand with composite materials.
If only if I could convince a group of people here from Europe who work in sanitation. Let's take the experience from here, let's take it to Nigeria and start a business. If they
Mhm.
see they can make it a multi-trillion dollar industry in Nigeria, I promise you, the way they deal with waste in Nigeria will be completely ridiculous.
Too much waste, too much waste. Too
He had
much,
two
man.
siblings who left their prominent job. They were making six figures in New York
Mm-hmm.
City, bachelor degree, to come to Nigeria to pick up the plastic out of the gutter and turn it to something much bigger than what they expected to be. It got to a point all the local type of people, oh, I can collect plastic and make money. Okay, I dig the gutter. How much waste is in the gutter? This Lagos alone. And I mentioned the retired on Nigeria. This Lagos, take all that thing, give it to them, let them melt it down, put it in mold where you can put to the side, and when company want to use it, in case you want to recycle, you give it right back to them and they recycle it for you. As long as it don't harm the ecosystem. Once you find a surefire way of doing that, you are set. Nigeria has too much potential. Too much. I'm just surprised that Ghana had overtaken them. I think y'all better be the giant of Africa, not Ghana. I have not seen our airport yet, though. I haven't. But our own national airport should not be less than what Ghana have in their own. Am I wrong? Okay,
Yeah. Can I think?
tell me if I'm wrong, because
Yes, 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 yes. Go ahead. I can hear you.
I said
Yeah,
it's not fair if our own national airport is less than that
yeah.
what Ghana have in their own. It should not be.
Yes, yes, yes.
I have an
Covenant.
uncle to work in Nigeria Airway at one point. Before they dropped the airline, they got a new one. We should succeed them, not be behind.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm enjoying the commentary. I'm so glad to get off because as you see, I'm working from home.
No,
I'm an IT
no.
specialist.
Oh, okay. Yes, yes,
And this is
yes.
what I do. This is why if you go to my channel, you see when I have the discussion, I'm
No,
trying to
no.
share
You
my
guys. No,
knowledge.
you. No, you guys talk, talk. I'm listening. Talk, talk. I'll be back in
So
about 2 minutes.
no problem. I'm glad this discussion is being made because when you guys talk about the business that can be done, or the infrastructure and everything else, I see so many businesses that can be played. What you said, Cody, it was totally like I'm glad I'm seeing you here. My own business, I have two ideas. It's only in IT, which you mentioned can be done in Nigeria. I would love to do that, but I can't do it alone. My position, what I do, is on a level 2, level 3, level 4 position. I need someone on the level 5, level 6, and one on level 1. I need someone who can do the network side of it, who can build the server. I'm not a jack of all trades. I refuse to do that. I learned from Kevin Tillman, he watched Kevin Tillman too, that it's better to be an expert in something instead of being a jack of all trades. When you're a jack of all trades, you're all over the place. And come to the channel, listen to this conversation. It got me thinking, you know what, I need to redo my plan again. But if I'm going to redo it, it had to be done in a way whereby it's not only beneficial to Nigeria, but beneficial to the future. To the point whereby I'm hoping to link multiple schools across the country. If if I can volunteer to teach computer, if I can volunteer to teach networking, if I can volunteer to teach how to build computers,
Mm-hmm.
I have in my career, like I have built over 10,000 PCs on my own. And to have that level of skill of how to build, reimage, set up, install, set up multiple offices, that's something to me is a big deal to me. And to take that knowledge and take it to Nigeria and teach people how to
Mm-hmm.
properly deploy PT, how to properly build them, how to properly image it, how to properly troubleshoot, how to properly network, how to troubleshoot remote. These things I would love to go there and see that thing established.
Mm-hmm.
Who's ringing the bell like that?
Yeah.
That's my kids.
Okay.
So let
Yeah, the
me. My
kids.
wife
The
is
kids.
home. I was trying to get.
Okay.
I'm
What?
just saying. I'm going to cut it short. What I'm saying, I'm glad I meet you guys here because
Yeah.
I'm not
I,
going to let
I
my
will
fire die
be
out.
I will be leaving. I will be leaving now.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah,
for
no problem, no
your
problem, no
contributions.
problem,
Anyway,
no
Kone,
problem.
thank you.
I'm glad I met you here, and Ekene, I'm
Okay,
glad I met you because this is something I need to renew that
Yeah,
fire in me because
no
okay,
problem, no problem.
okay, okay.
I'm glad I met you guys too. But it's so there are going to be a topic tomorrow throughout the
Mhm.
week. So you guys come up anytime. So tomorrow I'm trying to see if I can start much earlier, around 11 o'clock or 12, so that way we can talk. But I'm also, because of Trigger Mike show, I don't want it to conflict with Trigger Mike show, so that we can yeah, I'm gonna find out what time Trigger Mike is tomorrow. Then I'll just go right after that or before it. But yeah, but tomorrow topic, I want us to talk more about this stuff. We got
Oh,
to talk more.
we
and
need
and
more
and
brothers
let
in
and if we
this.
can bring people to join, and I'm going to try to bring people to join the show so that we can have vast contribution.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay,
okay.
thank
Good
you so
night,
much,
all.
guys, and you
Okay,
guys have a
okay.
good night.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Same to you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right.
You're welcome. Okay, bye bye. Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for listening. This is a big topic. Big topic, big topic, big topic. I'm glad that these guys showed up, because I got to tell you, they showed up, they changed the conversation. This would have ended about 1 hour, 30 minutes ago, but it continued. I was about to shut it down 1 hour, 30 minutes ago, and they just showed up. And guess what? Everything changed completely. And I'm glad they came. So we are going to talk tomorrow or next. I have to, when I post if it's going to be tomorrow, I usually will post the topic of discussion the night before or very early in the morning. That way everybody will know what is going to be discussed, and then you guys can all show up or maybe tune in. So I will let you know tonight, which is early in the morning Nigerian time. So thank you so much for tuning in. This is good. This is huge. I am happy. I'm happy and I'm excited. I like the progress of what is going on, and guess what? A lot will happen. Let's make this happen. Let's build our communities. Let's build our country. Also, let's build our states. Let's make each state compete against each other, because when each state compete against each other, we will elect good governors. Good governors will then give us good prosperity. Let's not criticize any state, but let's be jealous of every state. Let's let that jealousy channel us into competition, and let that competition take us to our destination of prosperity. Like I said, let that jealousy channel us into competition, and then let that competition channel us into our destination prosperity, or destination of prosperity. Let's go make this happen. Let's talk to each other. Please like this video, share it, and also talk to your friends to subscribe. We are going to do big things. Thank you so much for listening, and have a good day. But before I say but before I shut it down, hospitality can change the economy of Nigeria, can change the economy of Eastern Nigeria. Please, I'm asking the governors, do not hesitate to spend that money. That money that is being wasted in your state, put it into infrastructure. And I got to tell you, the return on infrastructure investment for your state, for individuals in your state, is going to be huge if you make the right decision. Thank you so much for listening, and may you guys have a good night. Bye bye.